Chapter 475. Long Ying's letter Yi Fei's actions caused a stir in the Tianjiao Hall. The warriors from other places were slightly better, but those who knew by Xiaolong's identity, such as Long Gang and Qin Bing, were all staring at Yi Fei with their mouths agape. Haha, Qin Bing, no wonder you would stand up for this guy. I like this guy's style. Long Gang looked at Bai Xiaolong, who was knocked out by Yi Fei's slap. After the initial shock, he laughed heartily. Of course, the one who was most shocked was Guman. It turned out that after Yi Fei returned to the Holy Land and suppressed the elders, Guman was greatly stimulated. He simply left the Holy Land and decided to come to the Beiyang country to gain experience. On the way, Guman also experienced a great adventure. His barbarian body had a breakthrough, and his cultivation had risen to the first level of the Martial King realm. This was also the reason why Guman was full of confidence and wanted to participate in the Earth ranking. As a result, Guman found that he had once again suffered a heavy blow. First, it was these fops in the imperial capital. Each one of them was more powerful than the other. In the North Sea, they were all top geniuses. What depressed Guman the most was Yi Fei's strength. At this time, Guman found that with his cultivation of the second level of the Martial King realm, he could not sense Yi Fei's specific strength. This was undoubtedly a very terrifying thing. Yi Fei, what's your cultivation level? Guman walked over and asked unwillingly. He had always regarded Yi Fei as a competitor. He wanted to see how big the gap was between him and Yi Fei now. Sixth level of the Martial King realm. Yi Fei had nothing to hide about his cultivation level. With this level, he could be called a tyrant in the North Sea. In the powerful Beiyang country, or even the entire northern region, the sixth level of the Martial King realm was simply not enough. Even so, when they heard that Yi Fei's cultivation level was the sixth level of the Martial King realm, the remaining three fops almost fainted from fright. Sixth level of the Martial King realm. When did a country bumpkin from the North Sea become so terrifying? The three fops looked at Yi Fei in horror. They were afraid that Yi Fei would also hit them and knock them out on the spot. Being injured was a small matter. Yi Fei would be embarrassing them. That was worse than death. Put down the spirit crystals and the trash on the ground. Yi Fei said coldly. He had no intention to continue. Yi Fei was too lazy to continue fighting against such a spoiled brat. Furthermore, the imperial capital was not like other places. He did not want to inexplicably go to jail again and lose the qualifications to participate in the Earth rankings. Brat Yu, if you have the guts, just you wait. This matter, our Bai family will not let you off. The three silk pants painfully threw down the spirit crystals, grabbed the unconscious Bai Xiaolong, and fled. Yi Fei simply didn't take Guman's warning seriously. He just walked over and picked up the spirit crystal bags that the four silk pants had left behind. He discovered that these four silk pants had actually extorted more than 2 million spirit crystals in a short period of time. He immediately faintly smiled and unceremoniously put these spirit crystals into his spatial ring. At this time, Yi Fei turned around. He stared at Guman and asked, Guman, tell me, what is a martial artist? What is the martial Dao? Martial artist? The martial Dao? Guman was stunned. Without giving Guman time to think, Yi Fei said in a deep voice, in my opinion, the martial Dao is to go against the heavens. Fight against the heavens, fight against the earth, and fight against people. A martial artist should be indomitable, unyielding, and would rather die than be humiliated. If you're afraid of this and that, then what's the point of cultivating? What's the point of comprehending the Dao? Yi Fei's words were not only for Guman to hear, but also for those who had been bullied by the four fops. They had even spent money to avoid disaster. Of course, Yi Fei wouldn't refund any of the spirit crystals they had spent. He didn't care if Guman could understand him or not. Yi Fei nodded slightly and walked over to Qin Bing's side. At this time, Qin Bing was still catching up with Long Gang and the others. When he saw Yi Fei coming over, Qin Bing immediately introduced him enthusiastically. Brothers, this is Yi Fei, the holy son of the Taishan Holy Land. He is also a good friend of mine. Yi Fei, these are my good brothers from the imperial capital. They are Long Gang, Cheng Ming, and Zhang Dazhuang. Qin Bing introduced the three people beside him to Yi Fei. Among them, the tallest and strongest one was Zhang Dezhuang, who looked like an angry King Kong. Not to mention his strength, just his aura alone made people feel that they shouldn't provoke him. Chengming's face was sallow and his eyes were swollen. He was dressed like a typical fops. However, if one thought that he was a playboy, one would be gravely mistaken. Fops were only on the surface. Yi Fei could vaguely feel that this person was in the fourth layer of the martial king realm. Of course, the most heroic one was Longang. His whole body had a kind of powerful aura. Just now, when Longang opened his mouth, the four arrogant fops didn't dare talk back. It could be seen that Longang's family was not simple in the imperial capital. At first glance, these three people were more powerful than the four fops. However, they didn't have the feeling of bullying others like the four fops. After the introduction, Longang, Zhang Dezhuang, and Chengming swarmed over and greeted Yi Fei with a smile. Haha, you're Yi Fei? Qinbing's friends are our friends. In the future, if the Bai family makes trouble for you, just say the word. We will fight them together. Zhang Dezhuang's eyes were filled with excitement. At first glance, one could tell that he was a violent person. Pighead scrammed to the side. With Brother Ye's skills, do you think he's afraid of a few Bai clan disciples? Chengming kicked Zhang Dezhuang to the side and walked over to talk to Yi Fei. The last one, Longang, was even more ruthless. He kicked the two of them away at the same time. Seeing that the surrounding cultivators were unwilling to leave, many of them looked at Yi Fei, wanting to say something but hesitating. Longang glared at the surrounding cultivators and said, "What are you looking at? There are so many of you, yet you are afraid of four useless fops. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Hurry up and get into the hall. I don't want to annoy you." Not good. He is Longang from the Long family. The Long family is very powerful in the imperial capital. What? The Long family? The water in the imperial capital is too deep. It seems that we won't be able to get back the spirit crystals we paid. Sigh. The surrounding cultivators looked at Longang with fear. The cultivators who had paid the spirit crystals earlier walked into the hall helplessly with sullen faces. Hearing their discussion, Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. He looked at Longang and said, "You are a member of the Long family. What is your relationship with old Master Longang?" "Longang, that is my uncle. Brother Yi, you have met my uncle before. He has been out for 10 years, and there has been no news of him. Where is he now?" Longang looked at Yi Fei excitedly. Yi Fei suddenly broke out in a sweat. Being locked up in the imperial prison was a very embarrassing thing. No wonder old Master Longang would rather be locked up for 10 years than say a word to the Long family. Ahem, here is a letter from the old master. Take a look at it yourself. Yi Fei didn't say anything. He just took out Longying's letter. Longang hurriedly opened it and read it carefully. What? My uncle is actually living in seclusion in Heavenly Monarch City and is friends with you? Yi Fei? You even want my Long family to take care of you in the imperial capital. Longang looked like a straightforward person. The letter was originally a very private one, but he actually read it out loud in front of everyone. Chapter 476. Flower Fairy Palace, Uncle? Longang's expression suddenly became extremely awkward. Yi Fei looked younger than him, but he suddenly had to address him as Uncle Yi. It was too difficult for him. Ahem, let's go our separate ways. Yi Fei was not ignorant of the ways of the world, and quickly said with a smile. Only then did Longang let out a sigh of relief. He suddenly found Yi Fei more pleasing to the eye. Seeing that Yi Fei was not making things difficult for him, Longang could not be too stingy and said generously, "All right, then let's go our separate ways. However, since Uncle specially wrote a letter, my Long family cannot be stingy. How about this? From today onwards, a 3-day trip to the Flower Fairy Palace is on me, Longang." This immediately shocked Zhang Dezhuang, Qinbing, and Chengming. What? A 3-day trip to the Flower Fairy Palace? The cost of a day there is exorbitant. Longang, don't puff yourself up at your own cost, Zhang Dezhuang said in surprise. We won't care if you puff yourself up. When the time comes and you don't have the money to pay, we won't lend you any. Besides, we don't have that much money, Cheng Ming said darkly. Why don't we go somewhere else? How about the Purple Garden Palace? Qin Bing suggested. No, we must go to the Flower Fairy Palace. Cheng Ming and Zhang Dazhuang, who were mocking Long Gang, suddenly objected. Long Gang also chuckled and said, money is not a problem. Don't we have a letter from Uncle? Since Uncle instructed us to treat Brother Yi well, then we can't be too shabby. Don't you think so? As he spoke, Long Gang winked at Yi Fei. Only then did Yi Fei understand that Long Gang was trying to use a chicken feather as a token of authority. Qin Bing and the other two also understood and immediately shut their mouths. They even revealed a strange smile. No matter how Yi Fei looked at that smile, he felt that it was rippling. This made Yi Fei feel very strange. He could not help but ask, what kind of place is the Flower Fairy Palace? From the looks of it, you guys seem to be yearning for it. Could it be a martial arts holy land? Yeah, Brother Yi actually doesn't know about the Flower Fairy Palace? That's right. Your North Sea is more isolated from the news, so it's normal that you don't know. Brother Yi, please don't worry. Although the Flower Fairy Palace is not a martial holy land, it is even more wonderful than a martial holy land. There's no time to lose. Let's go to the Flower Fairy Palace right now to give Brother Yi and Qin Bing a welcome dinner. Yes, we have to be quick. The seats there are very limited. If we're late, there won't be any seats left. Anyway, the Long family will pay for it. This time, we don't ask for the best, only the most expensive. Go. You guys just won't let go of my Long family. Long Gang and the other two were discussing excitedly. They were even about to take action immediately. They looked like they couldn't wait. Yi Fei was even more curious. However, he didn't reject their invitation. After all, he had a good relationship with Qin Bing. At the same time, Yi Fei was also curious when he saw how excited they were at the mention of the Flower Fairy Palace. Gu Man, what about you? Do you want to come with us? Yi Fei turned his head and looked at Gu Man, who was still standing not far away. At this time, Gu Man was awakened from Yi Fei's words. He looked at Yi Fei with a complicated expression. Then, he looked at the imperial capital's young masters who were very close to Yi Fei. Suddenly, Gu Man couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. He understood that he had lost. He had completely lost Yi Fei. This wasn't a failure in talent. It was the difference in martial intent. Senior Brother Yi, thank you for your guidance. I finally understand where the gap between us is. However, I won't give up. Even if I can't become your opponent now, in the future, I, Gu Man, will definitely catch up to you and then surpass you. Gu Man wasn't discouraged. Instead, an even stronger fighting spirit emerged from his body. Gu Man was sincerely convinced when he called Yi Fei Senior Brother Yi. Then, Gu Man walked into Tianjiao Hall without turning his head back. Yi Fei was surprised to see the sudden change in Gu Man's state of mind. He couldn't help but smile. Qin Bing also looked at Gu Man in surprise. He nodded his head and said, Brother Yi, your comrade isn't simple. As long as he can maintain this fighting spirit, soon, your Taishan sanctuary will have another talent. Qin Bing, you are wrong. In the sanctuary, besides Gu Man and me, there are many other talents. Soon, you will see them. Yi Fei smiled as he looked at the sky far away. He knew that soon, Jing Wushou, the 10th prince, Shi Feng, Qi Chu Chu, Lin Sun, Yang Xiao, and Luo Shi, these friends and brothers, would rush over to the capital to participate in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list. When he arrived at Flower Fairy Palace, Yi Fei finally understood what Long Gang meant when he said that it was more beautiful than a martial arts sanctuary. He saw long legs and arms, flowers and fragrances everywhere. Those who stood at the entrance of the palace were all top-notch beauties. There were 100 of them at one time. They bent their backs neatly and smiled sweetly, revealing a hidden depth. This is Flower Fairy Palace. You actually brought me here? Yi Fei's forehead was covered in cold sweat. In the beast mark, the little girl seemed to know where this place was. She was protesting and looking down on Yi Fei. If it wasn't for the fact that she was afraid of being captured, the little girl would have the impulse to pick up a stone and throw it at Yi Fei's head. That's right. This is Flower Fairy Palace. is the most famous place in the capital to squander money. In the capital, you can choose not to participate in the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list, but you have to come to Flower Fairy Palace. Of course, Brother Yi, don't misunderstand. The beauties in Flower Fairy Palace sell their skills, not their bodies. Unless you have the ability to make them recommend themselves, then just pretend that we didn't say anything. Also, after you enter, you can admire the beauties, but don't forget yourself. Getting physical is a big taboo. Of course, if you have the ability to ignore the entire Flower Fairy Sacred Sect, then just pretend that we didn't say anything. Flower Fairy Palace? Flower Fairy Sacred Sect? Yi Fei was surprised. He couldn't help but ask curiously, what kind of sect is a sacred sect? He knew about sacred grounds, but it was his first time hearing about sacred sect. Qin Bing explained, above the sacred grounds are sacred sects. However, in the North region, martial arts have declined. There are only sacred grounds and no sacred sects. Only in the Central region are the remnants of ancient sects. Among them, Flower Fairy Sacred Sect is a unique ancient sect that only accepts female disciples. Their martial arts are particular about cultivating in the secular world. Hence, Flower Fairy Sacred Sect will be stationed in any important warrior city. What? Flower Fairy Sacred Sect is an ancient sect? They came from the Central region? Yi Fei was even more surprised. He had a faint expectation in his heart. His sister's Star Moon Sanctuary was in the Central region. Maybe he could find out about Star Moon Sanctuary through Flower Fairy Sacred Sect. Or maybe he could send a message to his sister. Originally, Yi Fei planned to contact them through the Merchant Alliance. Unfortunately, Shangluo was too treacherous. She treated him like a fat sheep to be slaughtered. Yi Fei was too lazy to argue with her, so he delayed it. Now that he had coincidentally met the Huaxian Sacred Sect from the Central region, this idea in Yi Fei's heart became fiery again. Without waiting for Qin Bing to speak, he rushed into Flower Fairy Palace. This made Qin Bing slightly stunned. Long Gang, Zhang Dazhuang, and Cheng Ming looked at Yi Fei with disdain. They thought that Yi Fei was just pretending. Now that he saw the beauties, wasn't he becoming impatient? Of course, it was impossible for any man to not be tempted by a large group of beauties walking around in front of him. In fact, Yi Fei was impatient, but they were even more impatient than Yi Fei. Chapter 477. Musical Enlightenment. As soon as Long Gang entered, he started shouting, Sanyang, Sanyang, are you there? We're here to support you again. Hurry up and call out the Flower Fairy. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Master Long, Master Zhang, Master Cheng, and Master Qin? This master from the Taishan Holy Land looks unfamiliar. May I ask for your name? Soon, a middle-aged noblewoman in her 30s came over with a smile. She curtsied gracefully, which surprised Yi Fei. It was hard for him to imagine that a noblewoman in the Martial King realm would be selling her smile here. The Flower Fairy Holy Sect was indeed not an ordinary place. No wonder it could attract a large number of people to come here for entertainment. Yi Fei looked around and saw that they were either nobles or Martial King experts. He nodded inwardly. Yi Fei said, so it's young Master Yi. I'm Du Sanyang, the manager of the Flower Fairy Palace. Master, if you've taken a fancy to that girl, just tell us. We won't let you down. Du Sanyang said with a smile. Her eyes flashed with surprise. What Taishan Holy Land had produced such a young expert? Seeing that Du Sanyang only talked to Yi Fei, Long Gang and the other two became anxious. The three who had just despised Yi Fei anxiously shouted to Du Sanyang, Sanyang, where's the Flower Fairy? We're here to support her. Haha, you want to see the Flower Fairy? What a coincidence. She's playing the Guqin in the North Court now. As for whether you can win her favor, it depends on your ability. Du Sanyang turned her head and teased Long Gang and the other two. She was really smooth and slick. It was hard to imagine that she was an expert in the first realm of the Martial King realm. Long Gang and the other two obviously had no intention of chatting with Du Sanyang. Zhang Dezhuang, who looked the most honest, was also the most anxious. Yi Fei and Qin Bing looked at him with disdain. Zhang Dezhuang shouted painfully San Yang, you have to help me. I like the flower fairy too much. I can't live without her." As he spoke, Zhang Dazhuang grabbed Du Sanyang's soft hand tightly, unwilling to let go. In the end, even Long Gang and Cheng Ming couldn't stand it anymore. They hurriedly kicked him and hurriedly ran towards North Court. Yi Fei and Qin Bing quickly followed. "Hurry up. Every time the flower fairy appears, it's always full. Let's hope that we still have seats when we get there." Long Gang and the other two. They suddenly forgot. They had come to help Yi Fei and Qin Bing to welcome. Fortunately, Yi Fei and Qin Bing didn't mind. Seeing their anxious looks, Yi Fei was quite curious. He turned his head and asked Qin Bing, "Is that flower fairy beautiful?" "It's just SOSO. I still think the eldest princess is prettier." Qin Bing had a very serious expression. Long Gang, who was walking in front, turned back and said disdainfully, "I really don't know what you like about Bai Gongchan. You even have a misconception of beauty. In terms of beauty, who can compare to the flower fairy?" That's right. The flower fairy is not only as beautiful as a fairy. Most importantly, her music can make people fall into an epiphany. That's the most important thing. Zhang Dazhuang also turned back and said anxiously. Cheng Ming quickly comforted him. "Pig, don't worry. You've been stuck in the second layer of the Martial King realm for a long time. This time, the flower fairy's music will definitely make you have an epiphany and break through." Yi Fei finally understood why Long Gang and the other two were so anxious. Looking at the beauty was secondary. Their main purpose was to break through. This made Yi Fei even more curious. To be able to comprehend, just by listening to the zither music, this flower celestial saint sect was really not simple. No wonder so many martial artists were willing to pay so much to come to the flower celestial palace. Dong! Just as they approached the gate of the North Garden, waves of melodious music could be heard outside. The music was very special. It gave Yi Fei a feeling that it was not something that could be played by a human. It was more like the sound of nature. As the music spread, the surrounding of the North Garden bloomed and withered and bloomed again. It was like the cycle of life and the evolution of the world. What unique music! Yi Fei could feel the power of the music and could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Then, he looked at the lady playing the zither in the pavilion. With a glance, Yi Fei was stunned. It was not that the flower fairy was too beautiful, but she looked very ordinary. However, it was her ordinary appearance that matched with her natural aura and natural music. Yi Fei actually had the illusion that she was a natural beauty. Only then did he know that in this world, there was a type of woman. They could not be very beautiful, but their temperament and their gentle beauty could make them shockingly beautiful. This is the flower fairy? That's right. She is the flower fairy. The first time I saw her, I was just as surprised as you. She is a truly extraordinary woman. Unfortunately, she is still lacking compared to the eldest princess. Qin Bing's face was filled with infatuation, but he was looking at the air. Yi Fei immediately felt a chill run down his spine. This Qin Bing was a typical infatuated man. He was hopeless. Long Gang, Zhang Dazhuang, and Cheng Ming, who had run ahead of time, could not wait to follow the zither music. They naturally sat down cross-legged and listened carefully to this heavenly zither music, trying to enter the state of enlightenment that cultivators dreamed of. However, they were helpless. There were too many distracting thoughts in their minds. The music only made them hold their breath and enter a deeper level of cultivation. They were still a little short of epiphany. On the other hand, Qin Bing seemed to have sensed something when he heard the music. He stood on the spot and entered the state of epiphany. Yi Fei was speechless. He also wanted to enter the state of epiphany. However, he did not know if it was because his mind was too strong. Even when he heard the music, Yi Fei's mind was still very clear. He did not show any signs of epiphany. How depressing. It seems that having a strong mind isn't a good thing. Yi Fei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Isn't that so? If we were as pure as Qin Bing, our ranking on the Earth roll would definitely be higher. Unfortunately, the temptation of the beauty is too great. Yi Fei realized that Long Gang and Chengming were constantly sneaking glances at the flower fairy while they were cultivating. It would be strange if they could enter the state of epiphany. In fact, although there were many warriors who came to listen to the music, most of them were like Longang and Chengming. They were completely unable to resist the natural beauty of the flower fairy. Their minds were scattered, and no matter how long they listened, they could not enter the state of epiphany. In the end, most warriors came to the flower fairy palace to have fun and take the opportunity to get close to the beauties. There were not many who were purely cultivating like Qin Bing. Ha! Isn't this Longang and the rest of you trash? With your little talent, you want to enter the state of epiphany? I think you should wait for your next life. Suddenly, a well-dressed young man walked in from outside the North Park. He was accompanied by a large group of people who were trying to curry favor with him. These people were all martial king experts. However, they had no choice but to follow behind this person. It was obvious how powerful this person was. Is it that disturbed my cultivation? Zhang Dazhuang suddenly stood up angrily. He was just about to enter the state of epiphany when a burst of laughter suddenly woke him up from his cultivation. Zhang Dazhuang was not the only one who was startled awake. Qin Bing, who was in the state of epiphany, also groaned and was forced to wake up. Bai Tianqing, why did you disturb our cultivation? Qin Bing stared coldly at the well-dressed young man who walked in. Chapter 478. Flower funnel Bai Tianqing? Could it be someone from the Bai family? Yi Fei frowned as he looked at Bai Tianqing. He realized that this person had small eyes and a thin mouth. He was obviously a vicious person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forcefully interrupted Qin Bing and Zhang Dazhuang's enlightenment the moment he came in. In the world of cultivators, it was taboo to disturb someone's cultivation. Furthermore, this was a rare moment of enlightenment for cultivators. Qin Bing was calmer and was able to hold back his anger. However, Zhang Dazhuang was a violent person. He had been stuck in the second layer of the martial king realm for a long time. He had been hoping to break through to the third layer of the martial king realm after listening to the zither. Bai Tianqing's interruption had caused Zhang Dazhuang to lose this opportunity. Bai Tianqing, are you looking for trouble? I, Zhang Dazhuang, will meet you. Zhang Dazhuang roared. He was like an angry beast as he suddenly charged at Bai Tianqing. Zhang Dazhuang, with your little ability, do you think you can fight me? It seems like you're determined to protect this country bumpkin. Bai Tianqing pointed at Yi Fei with a cold expression. It was obvious that he was here to settle the score with Yi Fei. After all, the Bai family was a reputable superfamily in the imperial city. However, a disciple of the Bai family was slapped unconscious by Yi Fei in public. If Yi Fei was also from a big family in the imperial city, the Bai family would be angry, but they wouldn't care too much. However, when Bai Tianqing heard that Yi Fei was just from the North Sea, he couldn't bear this anger. It was Bai Tianqing's idea to have Bai Xiaolong and the others block the Heaven's Pride Hall and extort the foreign cultivators. The spirit crystals that Bai Xiaolong and the others extorted were originally for Bai Tianqing to squander. Now that Yi Fei not only beat up the Bai family's people, but also stole so many spirit crystals, Bai Tianqing naturally wouldn't agree. Almost as soon as the news reached the Bai family, Bai Tianqing led his men and angrily ran over to settle the score with Yi Fei. Cloud clapping hand. Bang! Bai Tianqing's palm emitted a cloud of mist as it collided with Zhang Dazhuang's fist. The furious Zhang Dazhuang felt as if his fist had hit a ball of cotton. It was soft and without any strength. Following which, an astonishing rebounding force caused Zhang Dazhuang, who was already shaken, to groan and retreat several steps. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Fourth layer, Martial King Realm? You actually broke through again? Zhang Dazhuang's face was filled with unwillingness. Ah, that's right. Level 4 Martial King Realm. If you don't want to suffer, then back off quickly. I'll teach you a lesson this time. My main target this time is this country bumpkin. Bai Tianqing pointed at Yi Fei proudly. Yi Fei rubbed his nose and did not say anything. He planned to take action immediately. However, Zhang Dazhuang's injury angered Qin Bing, Longang, and Chengming. Brother Yi, Don't interfere first. Bai Tianqing, others may be afraid of your Bai family, but we are not. Since you dare to hurt Da Zhuang, we won't let you off. Long Gang and Cheng Ming stepped forward and said at the same time. Qin Bing did not say anything. He only pulled out his green sword and coldly stared at Bai Tianqing. Apologize to Brother Da Zhuang immediately. Otherwise, I'll exchange a few moves with you. Qin Bing, you actually broke through to level 6 Martial King realm? Feeling the terrifying aura from Qin Bing, it was Bai Tianqing's turn to be somewhat fearful. That's right. It's not too late for you to apologize to Da Zhuang now. Qin Bing coldly said. Huh, me? Apologize? You teamed up with this country bumpkin to bully my Bai family. You should be grateful that I didn't settle the score with you. How dare you ask me to apologize? Don't forget who my brother is. Bai Tianqing roared fearlessly. He had no intention of apologizing. It's a pity that Bai Tianyun is not here. Seeing that Bai Tianqing refused to apologize, Qin Bing was too lazy to say anything more. He stepped forward and was about to attack. How dare you? Bai Tianqing was shocked. Although they had the advantage in numbers, if Qin Bing really wanted to attack him, Bai Tianqing was not confident that he could withstand it. However, Bai Tianqing was indeed sinister. Seeing that force did not work, he suddenly shouted at Qin Bing. Qin Bing, you unromantic fellow. Want to take a look at where you are? This is the Flower Fairy Palace. Do you dare to use force in the Flower Fairy Palace? Scum! Shameless bastard. You were the one who started the trouble, yet you still dare to blame us. Long Gang, Cheng Ming, and Zhang Dazhuang were all furious. Many of the warriors present looked at Bai Tianqing with disdain. However, the Bai family was powerful, and Bai Tianqing was not someone that ordinary warriors could afford to offend. Everyone was angry, but did not dare to say anything. Young masters, please give me some face. If you use force in the Flower Fairy Palace, I won't be able to answer to my superiors. The Flower Fairy finally stood up and helplessly tried to mediate the fight. Bai Tianqing immediately turned his head and looked at the Flower Fairy with a fiery gaze. Fairy, don't worry. I'm not like those idiots who only know how to offend beautiful women. How about this? Qin Bing, let's follow the rules of the Flower Fairy Palace and have a duel. Seeing that Yifei was already mingling with Qin Bing and the others, Bai Tianqing quickly thought of a good idea to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. If he succeeded, not only would he be able to deal a heavy blow to Qin Bing and the others, he would also be able to teach Yifei a lesson. Of course, most importantly, he would be able to obtain the Flower Fairy's body and mind. Thinking of such a scene, Bai Tianqing felt a fire burning in his lower abdomen. Young Master Bai wants to hold a flower battle. The Flower Fairy seemed to have reacted. What's a flower battle? Yi Fei was confused. Brother Yi, you don't know this, but in a place like the Flower Fairy Palace, there are many beautiful women like clouds. There's also a lot of trouble. It's possible to fight every day. If that happens, the Flower Fairy Palace can forget about doing business. So, the Flower Fairy Palace invented the flower battle. Qin Bing explained. The so-called flower battle is where we martial artists use our true essence to ripen spirit herbs and spirit flowers. Not only does this test a martial artist's control over their true essence, but the ripened spirit flowers can also be given to the various fairies to win the favor of the beauties. At the same time, it's also a way to show off one's taste. Long Gang added. It could be seen that the Flower Fairy Palace's flower battle method satisfied the taste of many martial artists who wanted to pretend to be cultured. However, Yi Fei felt that in this flower battle, winning the hearts of the beauties was the most important thing. Was he thinking too much? How about it? Let's hold a flower battle. Whoever wins can propose a condition to the other. Bai Tianqing didn't even look at Yi Fei. From his point of view, Yi Fei was at most a follower hiding behind Qin Bing and Long Gang. His main opponent was still Qin Bing. Brother Yi, what do you think? Qin Bing frowned as he turned to look at Yi Fei. You can do whatever you want. I don't care. Yi Fei shook his head, clearly lacking interest. He was wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the martial way. He really didn't have much interest in these cultured things. However, Just because he wasn't interested didn't mean that others weren't interested. After all, martial artists spent most of their time cultivating. When they heard that someone wanted to hold a flower battle, many martial artists immediately gathered around with great interest. Compete with him! Compete with him! Seeing that Yi Fei didn't object, Long Gang and the other two shouted at the top of their lungs. They were all young and impulsive. Naturally, Long Gang and the other two couldn't stand it. In front of a flower fairy, they were afraid of a challenge. Qin Bing immediately revealed a bitter smile. Yi Fei didn't care. After all, whether Long Gang and the others won or lost, Bai Tianqing couldn't do anything to him. Chapter 479. Conspiracy, Young Master Bai, Young Master Qin, Young Master Long, Young Master Zhang, Young Master Cheng, and Young Master Yi. Since you want to hold a flower battle, I'll get people to start preparing. The flower fairy raised her head and looked at Yi Fei. With her intelligence, she naturally understood that the conflict between Bai Tianqing and Qin Bing was because of Yi Fei. A country bumpkin like him wants to hold a flower battle. I reckon that country bumpkin hasn't even seen a spirit flower before. Wah! Hearing Bai Tianqing's mocking words, the group of martial kings behind him all burst into unbridled laughter. Yi Fei still didn't say anything. As his strength increased, so did his horizons. For people like Bai Tianqing, Yi Fei didn't even have the slightest interest in making a move, so why bother bickering with him? However, while Yi Fei was able to remain calm, Long Gang and the other two were unable to tolerate it. After all, they were all young masters of aristocratic families in the imperial capital. They couldn't allow others to be arrogant in front of them. Bai Tianqing, cut the crap. I, Long Gang, alone can take care of you. Don't go back on your word when you lose. Long Gang stood out with a face full of confidence. Ha! This Bai Tianqing actually dares to hold a flower battle in front of Fairy. Could it be that he doesn't know that in order to win Fairy's heart, Long Gang spent an entire year researching flower battle techniques? Cheng Ming and Zhang Dazhuang stood to the side with a smile, not interfering. Yi Fei was speechless when he heard this. He felt that Long Gang and the other young masters of the imperial capital were really too free. They actually spent an entire year researching flower battle techniques. Perhaps this was the difference in status. In the end, Yi Fei had climbed up step by step from the bottom. He understood how difficult it was to cultivate. However, Bai Tianqing and the other young masters of the imperial capital were born with large amounts of cultivation resources to squander. They never had to worry about cultivation. Therefore, they had the time to research some entertainment. Bullshit. I'm a man of my word. How can I go back on my word? But you, Long Gang, if you lose, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Flower Fairy, please host this flower battle. We want to compete in the twin flowers on a stem. Bai Tianqing looked at the flower fairy with a fiery gaze. When the surrounding cultivators heard that Bai Tianqing was going to fight the twin flowers on a stem, many of them who were also in love with the flower fairy had ugly expressions on their faces. Cheng Ming and Zhang Dezhuang almost went up to fight Bai Tianqing to the death. This scum, he actually dares to have designs on the flower fairy. Long Gang, if we can't beat him to death, we'll beat you to death later. Brother Qin, what is the Bingdi flower? Why are they so excited about it? Yi Fei asked. Bai Tianqing was right. Yi Fei knew nothing about spirit flowers. Over at the North Sea, everyone was cultivating with all their might. None of the martial artists had the time to fiddle with spirit flowers and spirit grasses. Long Gang and the other two looked at Yi Fei speechlessly. They knew that Yi Fei wouldn't be of much help in this flower battle. Qin Bing wasn't interested in the flower battle either, but he still understood the basic rules. He was in charge of explaining the rules to Yi Fei. The Flower Fairy Palace has countless beauties, but only 28 of them can be called fairies. Each of them has their own natal spirit flower. The flower battle is mainly to win the hearts of these fairies. Among them, the twin flowers just happen to be the flower fairy's natal spirit flower. Qin Bing shook his head and added, the Flower Fairy Palace also has another rumor. Whoever can make a fairy's natal spirit flower bloom to its most perfect state will be able to propose a reasonable condition to the Flower Fairy Palace. While the two of them were talking, The Flower Fairy Palace had already sent over 2 pots of twin flowers on a stem. The Flower Fairy also stared at the 2 pots of twin flowers on a stem nervously. After all, these were her natal spirit flowers. She had to be careful. Master Bai, Master Long, please be merciful. The Flower Fairy looked at the 2 of them with her bright eyes, then retreated with her maidservant. Yi Fei and the surrounding martial artists did the same. They all retreated a distance, leaving a large, empty space. Long Gang was the first to walk up and choose a pot of spiritual flowers. He stared coldly at Bai Tiancheng and said, Bai Tiancheng, you chose the most difficult twin flowers on a stem the moment you arrived. It seems that you are most likely here for the Flower Fairy. A fair lady is a gentleman's mate. A beauty like the Flower Fairy is not worthy of me. Do you think she is worthy of you, bumpkins? Old Hua, I'll leave this flower battle to you. Bai Tiancheng smiled sinisterly. He didn't go up and choose a spiritual flower. Instead, he took a step back and respectfully gave way to an old man behind him. This old man's strength wasn't high. He was only a rank 9 martial honorable. However, seeing that Bai Tiancheng respected him so much, it showed that this old man had some ability. Well said, well said. Since Master Bai has hired me, I will definitely not disappoint you. Old Hua was full of confidence. In terms of fighting strength, 10 of him couldn't even compare to one of Long Gang's fingers. However, when it came to nurturing spiritual flowers and spiritual grasses, Old Hua was definitely a master. When this old man appeared, the previously confident Long Gang suddenly roared furiously at Bai Tiancheng. Bai Tiancheng, don't you have any shame? We agreed that the 2 of us will fight. What are you trying to do by asking this old man to come up? Long Gang, you are still too inexperienced. Who said that people can't be invited to a flower battle? If you are afraid, you can fight together. Old Hua, is there any problem on your side? Bai Tiancheng looked respectfully at Old Hua again. No problem. If they fight together, I will accompany them. Old Hua exuded a strong sense of confidence. This confidence didn't come from his martial techniques, but from his lifetime of experience with spiritual flowers. At the same time, many of the martialists present had heard of Old Hua's great name. When they saw that Bai Tiancheng had actually managed to invite such a master of the flower Dao, many of the martialists shook their heads. They believed that Long Gang's side was most likely doomed in this battle. A rare look of anxiety appeared on the Flower Fairy's face. She clasped her hands together as she looked at Old Hua and then at Bai Tiancheng. Anger and nervousness flashed in her eyes. However, the flower battle was a tradition of the Flower Fairy Palace. This time, they were competing for her natal spiritual flower. She couldn't interfere even if she wanted to. When he saw that Old Hua's appearance had silenced everyone, Bai Tiancheng smiled proudly and said, Long Gang, I will give your Long family some face. If you admit defeat now and hand over that country bumpkin behind you, I can reconcile with you. What if I refuse? Long Gang said through gritted teeth. Then I will not only beat you to a pulp in this flower battle, but I will also make you crawl out of the Flower Fairy Palace. Bai Tiancheng smiled sinisterly. He had come here with a premeditated plan. Even if he was wary of Long Gang's strength, he still wouldn't be able to defeat them. If it was just a flower battle, Bai Tiancheng believed that even if Long Gang and Qin Bing teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for Old Hua. This was evident from the Flower Fairy's nervousness. Despicable. F*CK. Bai Tiancheng's targeting of Brother Yi is fake. He even invited Old Hua with a large sum of money. This time, he must be targeting the Flower Fairy. Zhang Dazhuang and Cheng Ming widened their eyes in anger. Qin Bing also frowned. He looked at Long Gang, who was in a dilemma, and then looked at Yi Fei. Chapter 480. Even if you lose, don't lose. Can we win if we fight together? Yi Fei asked. This was not a battle between warriors. If it was a real battle, any one of them would be able to kill Elder Hua. Unfortunately, this was a flower battle. Looking at the old man's disdainful aura and Bai Tiancheng's respect for him, they knew that this old man must be very skilled. I can only say that it will be very difficult. Qin Bing sighed and shook his head. Elder Hua is the titan of the spirit flower world. His experience in cultivating spirit flowers is unparalleled in the imperial capital. There are 28 fairies in the Flower Fairy Palace, and half of them lost their spirit flowers to him. However, to be able to invite Elder Hua, one must at least be at the level of a heavenly king. What kind of joke is this by Tianqing? How can he invite Elder Hua? Long Gang also retreated, his face full of unwillingness and depression. So that's how it is. Since we can't win, then let's not compete. They are targeting me. At worst, I will go out with them. Yi Fei still had an indifferent smile on his face. Qin Bing and Long Gang became anxious when they heard this. At the same time, they said, "No, you are our friend. How can we stand by and watch when our friend is in trouble?" That's right. This time, Bai Tianqing is not only targeting Brother Yi, he is targeting the Flower Fairy. We must not let him succeed. Cheng Ming said, "At worst, we will lose face. As long as we are thick-skinned, what is there to be afraid of?" Zhang Dazhuang also patted his iron-like muscles. "Then let's fight together." Qin Bing was helpless. He understood that this was the only way. Yi Fei looked at them coldly. "Can we win if we fight together?" The possibility of losing is still very high. These words made the four of them lower their heads. Long Gang didn't say anything for a long time. Bai Tianqing arrogantly urged, "Long Gang, Qin Bing, you guys aren't afraid, right? If you're afraid, hurry up and admit defeat. This young master won't make things difficult for you. You guys can just reluctantly crawl out of the Flower Fairy Palace with that country bumpkin." "Ha ha! The Long family's people crawling out. This is big news. Hurry up and call more people to watch the show." The group of martial kings behind Bai Tianqing also joined in the commotion. There were even people who spread the news everywhere, attracting even more people to come and watch. Qin Bing and Long Gang's expressions became extremely ugly. Zhang Dazhuang was already roaring angrily and wanted to fight with Bai Tianqing again. Fortunately, Yi Fei and Cheng Ming reacted quickly and dragged Zhang Dazhuang back. "Hurry up and call Sanyang over." The Flower Fairy ordered the maid beside her in a low voice. Then, she glanced at Elder Hua with fear. The old and decrepit flower also stared at the Flower Fairy and said with a fake smile, "I've long heard of the Flower Fairy's great name." In order to research the Flower Fairy's natal spirit flower, the old and decrepit elder has been thinking hard for 3 years. I hope the Flower Fairy will be merciful. Many people didn't understand what Elder Hua was saying. Only Flower Fairy's face turned ugly when she heard Elder Hua's words. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's Elder Hua. Elder Hua, this is a battle between the young people. Why do you need to interfere? I hope Elder Hua can give this servant some face and be merciful this time. My Flower Fairy Palace will be eternally grateful." Du Sanyang quickly rushed over. Before she arrived, she was already smiling, giving off the feeling of a spring breeze caressing one's face. However, when she saw Elder Hua, a trace of anger and disgust flashed in the depths of her eyes. However, it quickly turned into a pleasant smile and bowed slightly to Elder Hua. Elder Hua didn't stand on ceremony. Facing the martial king's bow, he arrogantly accepted it and said with a fake smile, Du Sanyang, it's not that this old man doesn't want to give you face, but the Bai family has helped this old man before. This old man has no choice but to agree to nephew Bai's help this time. Of course, this old man's greatest wish is to pluck all 28 natal spirit flowers of the Flower Fairy Palace. If your Flower Fairy Palace has the ability, you can stop me. If anyone can stop this old man swears that he will withdraw from the flower fighting world and not interfere again. Elder Hua said proudly. Boom! His words fiercely shocked all the cultivators present. One had to know that Elder Hua was able to obtain the favor of the various aristocratic families and even the heavenly king stage powerhouses with a cultivation of 9th-level martial honorable realm. It was all because of his superb cultivation of spirit flowers. Without these skills, Elder Hua was nothing in the eyes of the martial king. At this moment, Elder Hua actually dared to say such words in front of everyone. It could be seen how confident he was in breaking the Flower Fairy's natal spirit flowers. Many of the Flower Fairy Palace's people's faces changed on the spot. Bai Tianqing was both surprised and happy. His gaze towards the Flower Fairy became even more fiery. He hurriedly urged Long Gang. Long Gang, do you still want to compete? I advise you to immediately admit defeat and draw a clear line between you and that country bumpkin. This young master can still forgive you. Bastard, if it wasn't for Elder Hua, this young master wouldn't even put 10 of you in his eyes. Long Gang was very sullen. Cheng Ming, Zhang Dazhuang, and Qin Bing were so angry that they couldn't speak. No matter how strong they were, they didn't have the confidence to face Elder Hua, who had said that he would break all of the Flower Fairy Palace's natal spirit flowers. Sai, Brother Yi, I'm really sorry this time. I originally wanted to give you a welcome dinner, but I implicated you and caused you to be humiliated with us. Long Gang was very depressed. Qin Bing also angrily shook his head. We can only admit defeat this time. If we continue with the flower battle, we will only be humiliated even more. It's better to crawl out of the Flower Fairy Palace. What? Crawl out? Are we really going to do this? Cheng Ming's face twisted. They were, after all, young masters with reputations in the capital. If they were to crawl out in front of everyone, it would be too humiliating. If we don't crawl out, can we act shamelessly? Zhang Dazhuang, will not do such a thing. Zhang Dazhuang looked thick-skinned, but he was actually very principled in his heart. Seeing Qin Bing and the other three lose so miserably and still not draw a clear line between them, Yi Fei nodded inwardly. He understood that they were good friends. Of course, he would not watch them be humiliated. Qin Bing, all of you stand down. Bai Tianqing's main target is me. I will go up alone and compete with him in the flower battle. Yi Fei stepped forward, walked past the four people, and headed straight for the flower battle arena. What? Is Brother Yi crazy? He can't even distinguish the specific types of spiritual flowers. How is he going to compete with them? Long Gang was very shocked. Qin Bing vaguely understood something. He looked deeply at Yi Fei. Yi Fei doesn't want to implicate us. Even if he is going to be humiliated, he wants to be humiliated alone. Humiliated alone? Cheng Ming's face was full of shock. Suddenly, he looked very seriously at Yi Fei's back. This is a true friend. It's just a humiliation. Not to mention crawling out. Even if I have to crawl out, Zhang Dazhuang, will accept being friends with such a person. Dong dong dong. Zhang Dazhuang took heavy steps and caught up with Yi Fei. Qin Bing, Cheng Ming, and Long Gang also suddenly laughed loudly and followed after him. You guys! Yi Fei looked at the few of them. F***CK. When a friend is in trouble, we will sacrifice ourselves for him. Yi Fei, don't say anything. If you say anything, our ears will hurt. Long Gang grimaced in a mischievous manner. Chapter 481. Outsmarting oneself, Elder Hua, do it. Don't hold back. Use your full strength. If you can make the Flower Fairy's natal spiritual flower bloom perfectly, I'll give you anything you want. Bai Tianqing's expression was very ugly. He had only wanted to use Elder Hua to pressure Qin Bing and Long Gang, so that they would back off and destroy their friendship with Yi Fei. That way, the Bai family wouldn't have so many scruples when dealing with Yi Fei. However, what Bai Tianqing didn't expect was that the four of them didn't flinch and chose to stand with Yi Fei, even though they knew that they were facing Elder Hua, one of the most prominent figures in the flower battle world, and that they were destined to lose and be humiliated. They still chose to stand with Yi Fei. Bai Tianqing's heart surged with anger. This despicable North Sea country bumpkin. It's because of him that this young master has offended both the Long and Qin families. When the flower battle is over, this young master will definitely make him beg for death. Long Gang also stared at Bai Tianqing fiercely and encouraged each other. Don't be afraid. Even if we lose, we won't lose face. Furthermore, Qin Bing and Yi Fei are both experts of the 6th Martial King realm. If we can't use our skills, we'll use our true qi. Especially Yi Fei. You don't have any experience in the flower battle. Don't make a move first. Wait until you've learned how to cultivate the spiritual flower. You can make a move when you've learned it. Qin Bing reminded him worriedly. After all, they were all young people. Even though they knew that they had a higher chance of winning, Qin Bing and the other three were still in high spirits. Yifei stood at the back and did not say anything. After all, he was a layman when it came to cultivating spiritual flowers. At this time, he should speak less and observe more. You five ignorant juniors. When it comes to martial arts, this old man is no match for you. But when it comes to nurturing spirit flowers, all of you together can't even compare to a single finger of this old man. Don't say that this old man is bullying you. The five of you, start nurturing them first. This old man will drink a cup of tea to moisten his throat. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Tianqing personally handed a cup of tea to Elder Hua. He happily said, "Elder Hua, whether or not this young master can win the Flower Fairy's heart will all depend on you. Young Master Bai, don't worry. This old man has been in seclusion for 3 years in order to solve the most difficult twin spirit flowers of the Flower Fairy Palace. As long as this flower is solved, this old man will be able to uproot the other 13 natal spirit flowers with a lift of his hand." Elder Hua arrogantly reached out his hand and made a gesture of pulling out the grass. It was as if he could casually reach out and pluck the spirit flowers of the fairies. Bai Tianqing was so excited when he saw this. Many of the surrounding cultivators looked at Elder Hua with fiery gazes. It seemed that as long as Elder Hua was present, they would be able to obtain the beauties of the Flower Fairy Palace. Brother Yi, do you understand now? This is the special way to cultivate spiritual flowers. However, you have to be careful. Spiritual flowers are 10 times more delicate than spiritual herbs. The cultivation of the twin spiritual flowers is the most difficult. If you're not careful, the spiritual flowers will wither and we will fail. Longgang first explained to Yi Fei how to cultivate spiritual flowers. Then, he was the first to use his own true yuan to transform it into a special spiritual energy. He poured it into the twin spiritual flower seedling. The half-curled green leaves of the seedling were nourished by the spiritual energy and immediately stretched out. Good, this Longgang's technique is exquisite. It seems that he has put in a lot of hard work in the flower Tao. Some of the flower fighters couldn't help but cheer for Longgang. Old Hua was leisurely sipping his tea. When he saw Longgang's technique, he commented arrogantly, "Your technique is not bad, but your Jinshi is not refined enough." That's right. You juniors spend all your time cultivating. How would you know the habits of spirit flowers? This old man will give you some pointers. Whoosh! Old Hua also stood up with his hands clasped behind his back. He had the demeanor of a master. Old Hua didn't make a move. He only circulated his Zhen Yuan and suddenly blew out a cloud of strange spirit qi toward the spirit flower sapling. After being nourished, the curled green leaves of the twin spiritual flowers in the flower pot suddenly stretched out and emitted a faint fragrance. Seeing this scene, the flower fairy and third Aunt Du's faces suddenly became very ugly. Longgang also couldn't help but look back and stare at Elder Hua with some fear. Dense spiritual energy. This old man is indeed worthy of being called the Titan of the flower fighting world. Maybe his spiritual flowers have already matured before ours have bloomed. This is bad. Then we will lose without a doubt. Faster, let's breathe spiritual energy too. Qin Bing, Cheng Ming, and Zhang Dazhuang puffed up their cheeks at the same time and breathed spiritual energy at the spiritual flowers with all their might. Unfortunately, the flower fighting battle was not a competition of strength or realm, but of cultivation techniques of spiritual flowers. Although Longgang and the other three were extremely talented, compared to Elder Hua's miraculous cultivation techniques, they were left behind by 10 streets. On the other side, Elder Hua only needed 1 breath to make all the curled leaves of the Bingdi flower uncurl. On the other hand, Qin Bing and the others had to take more than 20 breaths to make the leaves of the Bingdi flower uncurl. The surrounding martial artists no longer paid attention to Longgang and the others. They all looked at Elder Hua, and many of them even cheered loudly. Elder Hua, do your best. Ha ha! If you crack the twin spiritual flowers, the flower fairy will also fall into the mortal world. At that time, we will all have a chance to get close to her. Hee, it's not just the flower fairy. As long as the twin spiritual flowers are cracked, the other 14 spiritual flowers of the Flower Fairy Palace will definitely not be able to escape from Elder Hua's evil hands. Following the cheers of the martial artists, the flower fairies and Du Sanyang's expressions became more and more unsightly. They discovered that Elder Hua's method of cultivating the spirit flowers was even more exquisite than 3 years ago. In just half an hour, under the dense spiritual energy of Elder Hua, the twin flowers had grown rapidly from seedlings to buds. At this rate, the twin spiritual flowers, which was known as the most difficult Flower Fairy Palace, might really be cracked by this old man easily. That would definitely be a disaster for the Flower Fairy Palace. On the other hand, on Longgang's side, Qin Bing and the other 3 were only barely able to make the twin spiritual flowers grow out of seedlings. The difference between the two was like the difference between a grandmaster and an apprentice. Longgang and the other 3 were already in complete despair, but they did not give up. Even if they lost, they did not want to lose. These 4 young masters were stubbornly holding their breath. Even if they knew that they would be beaten to a pulp, they still did not want to admit defeat. Yifei was also very anxious. Although Longgang and the other 3 were working hard, at this rate, they would definitely lose. Forget it, let's give it a try. Yifei did not care that he was a layman. After watching for an hour, he had learned the basic cultivation techniques of spiritual flowers. He took a deep breath. Immediately, Yifei gathered his Zhen Yuan and prepared to spray it at the spiritual flowers. Sensing Yifei's Zhen Yuan, the originally flourishing spiritual flowers suddenly withered like frosted eggplants. This was because Yifei's Zhen Yuan from the Devil Emperor Sutra was too tyrannical. This was a martial art that was created for battle. How could these weak spiritual flowers resist it? Just a light breath was enough to scare the spiritual flowers. If he really sprayed it, the spiritual flowers would probably wither immediately. Brother Yi, don't. Oh no, I forgot to tell him that he doesn't need to use a martial art that is too tyrannical. Qin Bing and Longgang both had sullen faces as they gave up on cultivating the spiritual flowers. Cheng Ming and Zhang Dazhuang's faces were also dark. They were already prepared to crawl out of the Flower Fairy Palace. The most depressed person was still Yifei. If he had known that the spiritual flowers were so fragile that they would fall with a single blow, he would not have done anything. Suddenly, the little girl hiding in the beast mark sighed and revealed her little head. When she saw Yifei destroying the spiritual flowers, the little girl's eyes clearly showed that she could not bear to look at him. She looked as if she was looking at a big, stupid pig. Chapter 482. Shocking the audience at the same time, Yifei's actions finally attracted the attention of Bai Tianqing and the others. But when they saw Yifei actually use an offensive martial art to cultivate the spirit flowers, Bai Tianqing could not help but laugh. Ha ha, look at that country bumpkin. He really is from the North Sea. He doesn't even know how to cultivate spirit flowers. Elder Hua seemed to want to show off and increase the pressure on the Flower Fairy Palace. He clearly could have continued to nurture the spirit flowers, but he did not do so. Instead, he turned his head and acted like a grandmaster, commenting on Yifei's crude methods as if he expected better from him. You're simply too stupid. How is this cultivating spirit flowers? This is simply destroying spirit flowers. I never thought that with my reputation, there would be a day when I would meet such a layman who doesn't know anything about flowers. What a disgrace. Elder Hua had a pained look on his face. It was as if having a flower fight with Yifei was an insult to him. Many warriors nodded in agreement with Elder Hua's words. Bai Tianqing sneered. Elder Hua, you still expect a country bumpkin from the North Sea to know the elegant way of flowers? Elder Hua, don't bother with those country bumpkins. Let the twin flowers bloom first. Seeing old Hua's gentlemanly demeanor and Yifei's crude methods, many of the spectating martial artists couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, this person is really a country bumpkin. He doesn't even know the basic taboo of cultivating spirit flowers, and he still has the nerve to make a move. There's no need to watch. Spirit flowers are so delicate that even the slightest breeze can cause them to wither. What's more, such a large amount of spirit energy is poured into them. There will be a good show to watch. It doesn't matter if this country bumpkin loses. Qin Bing, Long Gang, and the others will have to crawl out of the Flower Fairy Palace with him. The warriors discussed animatedly. Qin Bing, Long Gang, Cheng Ming, and Zhang Dazhuang all had long faces. They did not blame Yi Fei, but secretly hated by Tianqing for falling into his trap. Yi Fei, don't take it to heart. Anyway, if we continue to compete, we won't win. It's just a matter of time. Qin Bing comforted Yi Fei. That's right. If we lose this time, we'll win it back when we go back to the Earth Roll. Long Gang and the other two had already made up their minds. Yi Fei didn't say anything. He only stared closely at the spirit flower that was about to wither after being destroyed by him. If his feeling wasn't wrong, when he blew out his spiritual energy, the Lingji doll also followed him and blew at the spirit flower. He was a layman, and it was true that he had gotten into trouble. But for some reason, the little girl hidden in the beast mark suddenly gave him an inexplicable confidence. Perhaps, with the help of the Ganoderma doll, I still have a chance to turn the tables. Yi Fei had such a strange thought in his mind, but his eyes never left the spirit flower in the flower pot. Haha, country bumpkin. Even if you stare at it for 10,000 years, you won't be able to catch up to Elder Hua's finger. Stop wasting time there. The few of you, hurry up and crawl out of the Flower Fairy Palace. Bai Tianqing walked forward and arrogantly pointed to the ground. Qin Bing's expression turned ugly. Seeing that Yi Fei still wasn't willing to give up, Long Gang and the other two sighed. Yi Fei, let's just admit defeat. With your spiritual energy, the spirit flower will probably wither long ago. Wait a little longer. There might still be hope for this spirit flower. Yi Fei was very unwilling, and he couldn't accept the fact that they had to crawl out of the Flower Fairy Palace. It wasn't that Yi Fei couldn't afford to lose, but that he wouldn't easily give up even if there was a sliver of hope. Oh, there's still hope? Could it be that the spirit flower hasn't completely withered? Among Qin Bing and the other three, Long Gang was the one who understood spirit flowers the best. He immediately pulled himself together and used his spiritual energy to continue nurturing the spirit flower. There's still hope. Elder Hua, what's going on? Bai Tianqing's laughter stopped abruptly. The Flower Fairy and Third Aunt Du were also very surprised to find that after being hit by Yi Fei's spiritual energy, not only did the originally delicate spirit flower not die, but also gradually showed signs of vitality from its withered state. How is that possible? That spirit flower really came back to life? Could it be that this person is hiding his strength and is actually an expert in nurturing spirit flowers? Originally, the Flower Fairy and Third Aunt Du were both angry and anxious when they saw Elder Hua's methods. Now that they suddenly saw Yi Fei reveal such a move, they stared at Yi Fei with sparkling eyes, and a new kind of hope appeared in their hearts. Elder Hua was also very surprised, and then he laughed disdainfully. It's just good luck. However, after experiencing the destruction just now, the Spirit Flower's foundation has been damaged. It will be difficult to make it bloom again. This battle ends here. This old man doesn't want to continue fighting with a layman who doesn't know anything. That would be an insult to the Flower Dao. Yi. The little girl in the beast mark naturally heard Elder Hua's words. She was so angry that her cheeks puffed up and her face turned red. It was very cute. In the end, the one fighting Elder Hua now wasn't Yi Fei, but the little girl hidden in the beast mark. Yi Fei's heart suddenly moved, and he used telepathy to send a message. Can you help me nurture the spirit flower? Yi. The little girl proudly raised her head and puffed out her chest, gesturing that there was no problem. Then she suddenly blew at the spirit flower. However, in the eyes of outsiders, Yi Fei didn't do anything. His body only shook, and a gust of spirit wind blew around him, blowing towards the flower. This scene almost made Long Gang and the other two faint from fright. Damn, a spirit wind. Only a Flower Dao Grandmaster can activate a spirit wind, and such a strong one at that. Elder Hua, who was very disdainful and thought that fighting with Yi Fei would be an insult to the flower Tao, widened his eyes in disbelief. It's actually a spirit wind. You are clearly a layman in the flower Tao. How can you activate a spirit wind? Whoosh! As the spirit wind blew, the sickly spirit flower immediately grew. In the span of a dozen breaths, it had already grown as strong as the spirit flower that Elder Hua had nurtured. Many warriors who mocked Yi Fei were dumbfounded by this scene. Flower Fairy and Third Ant do also widen their eyes as they watched this scene in disbelief. Yi Fei, you are actually a flower Tao Grandmaster? Qin Bing looked at Yi Fei in shock. It was as though he was seeing Yi Fei for the first time. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Even if you're a flower Grandmaster, there's no way the twin flowers can withstand such a powerful gust of spirit wind. Elder Hua couldn't believe what he was seeing. This completely overturned his knowledge of the flower Tao that he had cultivated for more than 100 years. Seeing that the little girl was indeed very powerful, Yi Fei immediately felt emboldened. He finally turned his head coldly to look at Elder Hua. If you say it's impossible, then it's impossible. Who do you think you are? You think you are knowledgeable just because you are old? I think you are just a frog at the bottom of a well. Boom! Upon hearing Yi Fei's words, all the warriors were shocked. Since when had the number 1 flower Tao Grandmaster in the capital been called a frog at the bottom of a well? If it were at the beginning, many people would have mocked Yi Fei for boasting shamelessly. Chapter 483. Perfect Bloom. Hearing Yi Fei's evaluation of him as a frog at the bottom of a well, Elder Hua was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. In the imperial capital, if Elder Hua claimed to be second in mastery of flowers, no one would dare to claim to be first. However, this junior in front of him, who was lucky enough to trigger a spiritual wind, dared to act like a big shot in front of him. Elder Hua's face was filled with anger and humiliation. Impudent, arrogant. How could martial artists like you who only focus on cultivation know the beauty of the flower Tao? A junior like you is not qualified to compete with me, Elder Hua said angrily. Ha! We are indeed impudent, but it's still better than an old thing like you trying to flaunt your seniority. Long Gang and the other two already considered Yi Fei to be a hidden expert, so they were not so afraid of Elder Hua. Qin Bing also sneered at Bai Tiancheng. How about it? Do you still want to compete? If not, the one who will crawl out will be you, Bai Tiancheng. Many martial artists also looked at Bai Tiancheng mockingly. Many of them had complaints about the Bai family's domineering attitude in the imperial capital. If they could see the Bai family being humiliated, it would be very delightful. Sensing Qin Bing's provocation and seeing everyone's mocking gaze, it was Bai Tiancheng's turn to break out in cold sweat. He quickly walked to Elder Hua's side and asked fiercely, Elder Hua, what's going on? Is that kid also a flower Tao expert? Flower Tao expert? How is that possible? With his crude and barbaric methods, if he is a flower Tao expert, I will never touch the flower Tao again in my life. After the initial shock, Elder Hua had completely calmed down. After observing Yi Fei's method of nurturing spiritual flowers, he was very sure that Yi Fei was a layman in the flower Tao. As for why Yi Fei could trigger a spiritual wind, Elder Hua had his own explanation. After all, the flower Tao evolved from the martial Tao. Some powerful martial artists, either by relying on their high realm or some special methods, could occasionally trigger 1 or 2 spiritual winds. However, that kind of spiritual wind could not be compared to a flower Tao expert who specialized in nurturing spiritual flowers. In that case, Elder Hua, the rest of the battle will depend on you. Give it your all and torture this North Sea country bumpkin to death. Bai Tiancheng regained his confidence when he saw the confident expression on Elder Hua's face and retreated. Young Master Bai, don't worry. Today, this old man will teach this layman a lesson for insulting the way of flowers. Hua Lao roused his spirit, his eyes filled with coldness. Kid, your luck ends here. Today, this old man will show you, a layman, what is the real flower Tao. Whoosh! Then, Elder Hua's body moved, and he actually used a set of strange footwork. Following this footwork, a black bustling wind appeared and gently blew towards the spirit flower in front of him. As the spirit wind blew, the twin flowers stretched their green leaves lazily. Gradually, flower buds began to grow on them. Not good. It's Elder Hua's most powerful yin-yang spiritual wind. It's much more powerful than ordinary spiritual winds. Looks like this old man is getting serious. Don't be afraid. We have Yifei on our side. We will definitely win. Yifei, hurry up and make your move. Don't let that old man take the lead. Long Gang and the other two looked at Yifei anxiously. Qin Bing also urged him. Clearly, they all thought that Yifei was a Flower Dao expert. Yifei was very depressed. He didn't know anything about Flower Dao. However, although he didn't know, the Lingxi doll hidden in his body was an expert. Xiao Qiao, hurry up and make your move. Whether we can win or not depends on you. Yifei continued to communicate with the little girl telepathically. The little girl was very confused. Other than her, there was no one else in the beast mark. Where did the grass come from? Then, the little girl realized that the Xiao Qiao that Yifei was talking about was actually her. The little girl's face instantly darkened. She angrily blew out a huge gust of spiritual wind. Of course, in the eyes of others, Yifei was still standing in the same place with an unfathomable appearance. They did not see Yifei move, but another gust of spirit wind that was even more ferocious and filled with spirit qi than before blew out. Feeling the strength of Yifei's spiritual wind, Bai Tianqing, who was watching the battle, laughed so hard that he spat out a mouthful of tea. Ha ha! Look at this country bumpkin. Such a strong spiritual wind can even destroy a flower pot, let alone a delicate spiritual flower. Elder Hua is right. This person is a layman. Elder Hua will win. The Bai family will win. Let this country bumpkin crawl out quickly. Bai Tianqing's group of followers all laughed loudly. They all felt that Elder Hua would definitely win this time. Then, they looked towards Elder Hua. They saw that Elder Hua had already stopped in his tracks. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. His mouth was agape as he stared at Yifei. 7. Rainbow Spiritual Wind? How is that possible? I have been cultivating the Flower Dao for hundreds of years and barely managed to cultivate a 2-colored spiritual wind. Kid, how can you cultivate a 7-colored spiritual wind at such a young age? Elder Hua was so shocked that his legs started to tremble. He knew that he had really misjudged this time. This kid in front of him wasn't a layman. He was clearly a top expert in the Flower Dao. What was worse was that Yifei was still pretending to be a layman and deliberately deceiving him. What? Rainbow Spiritual Wind? Bai Tianqing's group had a mocking look on their faces. Only now did they realize that Yifei had really released a rainbow-like spiritual wind this time. This spiritual wind was completely inferior to Elder Hua's black bustling wind. Bai Tianqing was shocked. Suddenly, he looked at Elder Hua with a ferocious expression. Elder Hua, what's going on? Didn't you say that he was a layman? I'll give you one last chance. No matter what method you use, you must defeat him. Otherwise, be careful of your head. Bai Tianqing was a little anxious. What a junior. I don't believe that I can't beat a junior like you after cultivating the Flower Dao for hundreds of years. I'm going all out today. Buffed, buffed, buffed. Seeing that the spiritual wind wasn't even on the stage in front of Yifei, Elder Hua staked everything. He suddenly spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood essence on the spiritual flower. Moreover, every time he spat out a mouthful of blood essence, his cultivation level would drop by 1. This old man was really going all out. Not good. That's Elder Hua's strongest flower, Dao Absolute Art. It can connect the spiritual flower with his blood and allow it to grow faster. Brother Yi, don't hold back anymore. Hurry up and spit out blood too. Long Gang and the other two stomped their feet anxiously. If Elder Hua was the first to mature the spiritual flower, they would be the ones to lose. I won't spit out blood. Yifei shook his head. Moreover, every time he spat out blood, his cultivation level would drop by 1. Unless he was stupid, he wouldn't waste his blood essence for a spiritual flower. It was best to leave such a difficult problem to the little girl on him. Xiao Xiao, hurry up and nurture this spiritual flower. This time we must win. Yi Fei was a little anxious. Yi Yi, the little girl suddenly went on strike. She even spread out her hands very seriously and made a gesture of asking for benefits. Chapter 484. Flower Sage Edict, however. Seeing Elder Hua's spirit flower growing faster and faster, Yi Fei had no choice but to lower his head and compromise. As long as you're willing to help me, I won't chase you away. That should be fine, right? The little girl then beamed with joy and made a hand gesture to Yi Fei, indicating a deal. Yi Fei was speechless. Long Gang and the others wanted to vomit blood. On the other side, the spirit flower that Elder Hua had painstakingly nurtured was about to bloom. However, Yi Fei was actually standing there in a daze at such a crucial moment. Long Gang was about to kneel down before Yi Fei as he cried out, "Yi Fei, I'll call you uncle, all right? Please don't scare us, all right?" "That's right, Yi Fei. Show us what you've got." Qin Bing, Cheng Ming, and Zhang Dezhuang were also frightened by Yi Fei's sudden daze. Bai Tianqing naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to attack his opponent. He stood out and shook his head mockingly. "Ha! Even if you kneel down and beg that country bumpkin, it's useless. He's already out of tricks. Elder Hua, speed up. Don't give that country bumpkin a chance to surpass you." Pooh! Elder Hua didn't say anything as he concentrated. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his cultivation dropped from level 9 martial honored realm to level 6 martial honored realm. Although his heart was pained, the thought of defeating this junior made Elder Hua's tired face reveal the joy of victory. "Ha! I've finally won. Junior, you've forced me to this point. Even if you failed, it's still a kind of glory." Elder Hua clasped his hands behind his back and regained the grandeur of a flower master. He didn't forget to secretly mock Yi Fei. "It's over. Elder Hua has really broken my natal spirit flower. The twin flowers are about to bloom." The flower fairy's face suddenly turned pale. According to the rules of the Flower Fairy Palace, once her natal spirit flower was broken, it meant that she would fall from being a fairy to being a mortal. She would no longer be pure as ice and jade. If the other party forcefully made excessive demands and paid a sufficient price, she wouldn't be able to refuse. "Third Madam, what should I do?" The flower fairy grabbed Sanyang's hand, her palms full of cold sweat. Du Sanyang's heart was also in a mess at this time, but seeing that Yi Fei was only in a daze and did not admit defeat, she still held on to the last bit of hope. "Lass, don't worry. This young Master Yi of the North Sea is a strange person. This flower battle concerns the dignity of him and his friends. He probably won't admit defeat so easily." What Du Sanyang didn't know was that Yi Fei's heart cooled down when he saw the golden light emitting from the flower buds of the twin flowers. Unfortunately, he knew nothing about the flower Tao, not to mention spitting out blood. Even letting out blood was useless. The only thing Yi Fei could do was constantly urge the little girl in the beast mark. "Xiao Xiao, hurry up and make your move. If you lose, I'll kick you out of the beast mark. Do you believe me?" Yi Fei threatened the little girl. The little girl pouted and looked neither too fast nor too slow. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand and motioned for Yi Fei to follow her as she gestured to the air. Yi Fei's face darkened. He had no choice but to rely on the little girl to show off his prowess. He helplessly followed the little girl's movements and gestured to the air. Seeing that Yi Fei was finally willing to move, Long Gang and Qin Bing perked up. Qin Bing asked Long Gang, "Long Gang, what kind of flower Tao consummate skill is Yi Fei using? Is there still time?" Long Gang's eyes widened as he watched Yi Fei's movements with rapt attention. After a while, he almost fell down. F***, what a crappy consummate skill. Yi Fei is riding to the air. There's no spiritual energy at all. Puffed. Long Gang's words made by Tianqing and many other warriors burst into laughter. Were they seeing things? At such a critical moment, Yi Fei was not in a hurry to win the battle, but he was actually in a daze and was even riding to the air. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. It's ridiculous. Bai Tianqing shook his head. He no longer saw Yi Fei as an opponent. He naturally believed that under Elder Hua's superb flower Dao techniques, Yi Fei was at his wit's end. He was panicking and was beginning to give up. Many of the spectating cultivators shook their heads inwardly. They felt that Yi Fei had lost his composure. However, that was also the case. How could a junior be defeated so easily when facing one of the famous titans of the imperial capital? Sanyang, I'm finished. The rest of our sisters are finished. The flower fairy's eyes had already turned red. She knew that once Elder Flower solved the most difficult twin flowers, he would definitely not let go of the other sisters' natal spirit flowers, given how ferocious he was. Everyone no longer paid attention to Yi Fei. They all looked at Elder Hua expectantly, waiting for the moment when the flower Dao fully bloomed. Even Long Gang and Qin Bing were in despair. They also believed that Yi Fei might not be able to defeat Elder Hua. At this moment, Elder Hua's reaction was very strange. He looked at Yi Fei's gesture of riding to the air. At first, he was disdainful, but then he was stunned. When everyone's eyes focused on him, Elder Hua's face suddenly revealed a look of horror. He staggered back a few steps. Impossible. A junior like you actually learned the Flower Sage's edict. This is absolutely impossible. Without more than 100 years of cultivating the Flower Dao, it would be difficult for you to even become a Flower King. How could you possibly become a Flower Sage? Like the Martial Dao, the Flower Dao was also divided into different realms. For example, Elder Hua used to be a flower sect. After 3 years of seclusion, he had already become a Flower King. But he was still far from becoming a Flower Sage. Hua Lao also refused to believe that Yi Fei, who was so young and had such a crude method of cultivating spiritual flowers, would actually be the elegant flower saint. Stop it for this old man. Therefore, under everyone's gaze, Elder Hua, who had the demeanor of a grandmaster and should have been enjoying victory and glory, rushed toward Yi Fei like a madman with bloodshot eyes. Unfortunately, Elder Hua was still a step too late. Yi Fei's gesture of riding to the air suddenly stopped. Suddenly, a rain of flowers appeared in the sky. It was as if a fairy had descended, as if the world of immortals had opened. There was a sea of flowers everywhere. The sky, the ground, and the water were all in full bloom. As the ancient Flower Dao character in Yi Fei's hand condensed, all the flowers in the Flower Fairy Palace withered and withered at the same time. Countless spots of light gathered at Yi Fei's fingertips from all directions. More accurately, they gathered at the little girl's fingertips. Then, she gently tapped the twin flowers in front of Yi Fei. A miraculous scene immediately happened. The twin flowers, which did not even have buds, suddenly blossomed with a rainbow-colored light. In the light, beautiful petals bloomed one after another in front of everyone's eyes. Cha! 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 As the twin flowers bloomed, all the birds and beasts in the Flower Fairy Palace cried out in joy. Those with partners even snuggled up to each other, enjoying the moment of the twin flowers blooming. Chapter 485. Courting humiliation. The feeling that the Flower Fairy gave others had always been cold, pure, and ethereal. It was the first time that many people had seen her reveal such an expression because of a flower. Du Sanyang was even more shocked. As the head of the Flower Fairy Palace, she knew best how important the natal spirit flower was to the women of the Flower Fairy Palace. It was equivalent to their second life. In the past, it wasn't that no one had ever broken the natal spirit flowers of the Flower Fairy Palace. For example, Elder Hua had broken half of the Flower Fairy Palace's natal spirit flowers under the invitation of someone else, causing half of the Flower Fairy Palace's natal spirit flowers to fall into the mortal world. He was hated by the Flower Fairy Palace. However, due to the Flower Fairy Palace's rules, as well as the fact that the nobles of the imperial capital valued Elder Hua, the Flower Fairy Palace couldn't do anything to him, no matter how much they hated him. Because of this, Elder Hua became fearless. However, even someone as powerful as Elder Hua was only able to make the spirit flower barely bloom. To be able to make a spirit flower bloom perfectly like Yi Fei, let alone Elder Hua. In the 100 years that the Flower Fairy Palace had been in the imperial capital, no one had ever been able to do so. Flower Saint's Edict. This young Master Yi is actually a flower saint even more powerful than Elder Hua. Doesn't that mean that as long as he wants to, he can make all of our natal spirit flowers bloom perfectly in one breath? The Flower Fairy couldn't bear to touch the natal spirit flowers that were as beautiful as a paradise. She only raised her head and looked at Yi Fei with a complicated gaze. Puffed. When Elder Hua saw this scene and saw the perfect flower Dao that he would never be able to achieve in his lifetime, he couldn't take this blow anymore. He spat out a mouthful of old blood in anger. His finger trembled as he pointed at Yi Fei. He was so angry that he didn't even have time to speak. As for the natal spirit flowers cultivated by Elder Hua, before they bloomed, they were overshadowed by Yi Fei's natal spirit flowers. In the end, they died of their own accord and quickly withered. What's going on? Elder Hua, your flower was about to bloom. Why did it suddenly wither? You old dog, tell me, did you lose to that country bumpkin on purpose? Did you team up with him to embarrass me and embarrass the Bai family? Bai Tianqing couldn't accept this result. One had to know that this wasn't just a simple showdown. It was also a matter of face for both sides. Whoever lost would have to crawl out of the Flower Fairy Palace. How could Bai Tianqing accept such humiliation? Bai Tianqing directly accused Elder Hua of admitting defeat on purpose. Bai Tianqing's face turned green, and he was about to slip away. The most depressing thing was that Long Gang and the others had yet to react. Their mouths were still agape as they stared at the perfectly blooming twin flowers in disbelief. We won. Qin Bing was also dumbfounded. He was still in a daze. Yi Fei could only remind them. That's right, we won. But it seems like the Bai family wants to act shamelessly and leave. What? Act shamelessly? Bai Tianqing, how dare you be a sore loser? Do you think we're pushovers that you can pinch whenever you want? Zhang Dazhuang's reaction was the fastest. After all, he had suffered at Bai Tianqing's hand before. How could he let this go? Cheng Ming and Long Gang moved and blocked Bai Tianqing's path. Qin Bing coldly said, if you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Whoever loses will have to crawl out of the Flower Fairy Palace. Bai Tianqing, you said it yourself. Everyone heard it with their own ears. Do you think you can get away with this by acting shamelessly? Qin Bing, all of you shut up. How can I act shamelessly? This old man is too despicable. He actually lost on purpose and framed me. Damned old man, I'll give you one more chance. Compete with him again. If you lose again, I'll take your life. Bai Tianqing angrily kicked Elder Hua. Although Elder Hua was valued by the nobles, it was because he could decipher the natal spiritual flower of the Flower Fairy Palace's fairies. Once he lost this advantage, with his current cultivation of rank 6 martial honorable, he would not receive any preferential treatment. Elder Huan naturally understood this logic. He also knew that in front of Yi Fei, the flower saint, he was just an ordinary flower king. Even if he studied flowers for 100 years, he would not be able to compare to one of Yi Fei's fingers. Young Master Bai, I'm sorry. The flower saint's edict is too overbearing. In front of the flower saint, this old man is just a frog at the bottom of a well. If I fight with him again, I'll only be asking for my own humiliation. Elder Hua's face was ashen. He had already lost all of his confidence after being beaten by Yi Fei. He was completely doubting his life. How could he have the courage to fight with Yi Fei now? Ignoring Bai Tianqing's ugly expression, Elder Hua respectfully knelt 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to Yi Fei. The ignorant old and decrepit greets senior flower saint. The old and decrepit is willing to accept his loss. Please punish me. Yi Fei felt quite awkward to be greeted by such a courteous old man, and even called him a senior of the Flower Dao. However, even though it was awkward, Yi Fei would not go easy on his enemies. Get up. You're already so old. I don't want to make things difficult for you. From today onwards, you will leave the imperial capital and will not take a single step into the Flower Fairy Palace. Do you agree? Yi Fei thought for a moment and said, The old and decrepit will follow the flower saint's edict. The old and decrepit will leave the imperial capital now and never return. I will never use the flower Dao to harm anyone again. Elder Hua was extremely respectful. In front of Yi Fei, he looked like a student kneeling before his teacher. He was focused and dejected. He did not even look at Bai Tianqing as he turned around and strode out of the Flower Fairy Palace. Elder Hua, you traitor. Stop right there. Long Gang, Qin Bing, you better not cross the line. Don't forget who my big brother is. If you dare to humiliate me. Smack. Before Bai Tianqing could finish his sentence, Yi Fei, who had long been unhappy with him, walked over and slapped him across the face. So what if we humiliate you? Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Since you humiliated us first, don't blame us for not holding back. Now, are you going to crawl out of the Flower Fairy Palace yourself? Or do you want me to hit you until you crawl out? Hit Bai Tianqing until he crawls out? Qin Bing, brother, you really came from the Taishan sacred ground. That's a little fierce. Long Gang clicked his tongue. Hee, fierce is good. Da Zhuang, and I like to make friends with fierce people. Cheng Ming suddenly laughed sinisterly as he looked at Bai Tianqing. Zhang Da Zhuang was even more direct. Almost at the same time as Yi Fei made his move, he had already taken a big step forward. His entire body was like a small mountain as he charged towards Bai Tianqing. Bai Tianqing, it's time to settle our scores. Da Zhuang, don't be rash. If you want to fight, you should let us fight first. Don't push. Count me in. Qin Bing and Cheng Ming and Long Gang were not polite at all. One of them was fiercer than the other. The flower fight just now had really frightened them. After all, they had almost lost the fight. They had been prepared to endure the humiliation and crawl out of the Flower Fairy Palace. They had been suppressing their anger because of this. Since Bai Tianqing wanted to act shamelessly, they would naturally take the opportunity to teach him a lesson. Bam, bam, bam. The two sides immediately started fighting in the Flower Fairy Palace. Although Bai Tianqing had more people on his side, Qin Bing was too fierce. Qin Bing was a LV6 martial king. Qin Bing alone was enough to defeat 5 people from Bai Tianqing. Long Gang and the other 2 child from the capital were also not easy to deal with. When the fight started, it was almost a one-sided massacre. At first, Bai Tianqing was more stubborn and resisted 2 or 3 attacks. However, after being slapped by Yi Fei and kicked by Qin Bing, Zhang Dazhuang took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. After loosening his teeth with his fist, Bai Tianqing was finally scared. Chapter 486. Bai Tianyan had no choice but to cry and beg Du Sanyang for help. However, Du Sanyang ignored him as if she didn't hear him. The flower fairy was still looking at the perfectly blooming flowers in a daze. Then, she looked at Yi Fei with a complicated expression. No one knew what she was thinking. Long Gang, you guys are too ruthless. My teeth, it hurts. Bai Tianyan, hurry up and think of a way. Don't hit us. We know we were wrong. We'll leave now and draw a clear line with Bai Tianyan. Those who were with Bai Tianqing were young masters from some big families in the imperial capital. They couldn't afford to offend Long Gang and Qin Bing. Seeing that Bai Tianqing had suffered a great loss, they simply turned around and ran away, leaving Bai Tianqing behind. Qin Bing didn't care about these people who had escaped. The 4 of them surrounded Bai Tianqing and gave him a good beating. Bai Tianqing was crying for his father and mother, constantly trying to seek help from the Flower Fairy Palace and the surrounding martial artists. However, no one came out to stop him. In the end, it was Bai Tianyan's fault. The Bai family had offended many people in the imperial capital. Seeing the Bai family's young master make a fool of himself in public, many people were secretly delighted. This is called reaping what you sow. Yi Fei shook his head. He had no intention of attacking. Long Gang and the other 3 were enough. In the end, Long Gang and the other 2 almost fell into Bai Tianyan's trap and suffered great humiliation. Now that they could finally hold their heads high, they wouldn't hold back. Even if they couldn't beat Bai Tianyan to death, they could still beat him half to death and throw him out like a dead dog. Bai Tianyan also understood this point. He wasn't worried about dying, but he was afraid that Long Gang and the other two would continue beating him endlessly. If more people saw this, it would be embarrassing. Don't hit me. I'll crawl, okay? All right, by Tianyin. As long as you crawl out of the Flower Fairy Palace, we won't hit you. Long Gang and the other two were furious. Qin Bing and Zhang Dazhuang were also furious. It wasn't easy for them to get an epiphany, but it was deliberately interrupted by Tianyin. For warriors, disturbing others' cultivation was an absolute taboo. If there weren't so many people here, they would have beaten Bai Tianyin to death. Crawl. Crawl right now. Qin Bing pointed at the Flower Fairy Palace in the distance. Qin Bing, Long Gang, I'll remember you. And that country bumpkin, my Bai clan will not let you off. Bai Tianqing's expression was extremely ugly, but he was also afraid of being beaten up by Long Gang and the others. He could only slowly crouch down, preparing to crawl out of the Flower Fairy Palace and end this pain as soon as possible. Although it was easy for him to squat down, a fourth-layer martial emperor realm expert of the Bai clan had to crawl on the ground in front of the crowd. Bai Tianqing's heart was filled with anger, which burst out like a tsunami. Damn it, this young master will endure today. Later, I'll ask my big brother to step in and ruthlessly torture that country bumpkin called Yi Fei to death. Bai Tianqing finally placed his hands on the ground and prepared to crawl on the ground in humiliation. Bastard, Bai Tianqing, what are you doing? Who allowed you to embarrass my Bai family like this? Suddenly, a furious roar came from the distant sky. That voice was like a clap of thunder, causing many of the onlooking warriors to turn pale. They couldn't help but retreat. Some of the weaker ones couldn't help but vomit blood. Many people's faces were filled with shock. Who was this arrogant person? The Flower Fairy Palace was a place where martial arts were prohibited. This person flying in the sky was already very rude, but he actually directly released a sound wave to injure people in a large area. Hearing this familiar voice by Tianqing, who was lying on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face, suddenly felt as if he had seen his savior. He angrily jumped up and roared at the sky. Big brother, avenge me. My Bai clan is being bullied so badly. That person is Bai Tianyin? Yi Fei frowned, looking at a white-clothed youth descending with an invincible aura. When Bai Tianyin descended, the entire Flower Fairy Palace slightly shook. Ninth layer, martial emperor realm. Qin Bing opened his eyes wide and looked at Bai Tianyin with fear. Long Gang and the other two's faces also changed. They cursed in unison. What bad luck! When Bai Tianyin was an 8th layer martial emperor, he was ranked 3rd on the Earth ranking. This time, after breaking through to the 9th layer, he's obviously aiming for the 1st place. Top 3 experts on the Earth ranking? Yi Fei also looked at Bai Tianyin in surprise. Sensing Yi Fei's gaze, Bai Tianyin coldly glanced at Yi Fei, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. Disciple of the Taishan Holy Land, 6th layer martial emperor realm? You're the one who knocked out Bai Xiaolong with one palm. That's right, it's me. What? Are you going to stand up for those fops? Yi Fei looked at Bai Tianyin and asked. Stand up for them? Then you're underestimating me, Bai Tianyin, Bai Xiaolong, and the other two. They use their power to bully others and tarnish my Bai clan's reputation. I've already personally chopped off their heads as my Bai clan's apology to the cultivators everywhere. Bai Tianyin coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, for bloody heads appeared on the ground. Many cultivators couldn't help but cry out in shock. Bai Tianyin was also so frightened that his pupils shrank. Bai Xiaolong and the others were his trusted subordinates who had followed him for many years. He didn't expect that they would be killed by Bai Tianyin because of a small mistake. Bai Tianyin suddenly felt a sense of sadness. After thinking about it, he was still unwilling to accept it. He angrily pointed at Yi Fei, then at Qin Bing and Long Gang, and complained to Bai Tianyin, Brother, avenge me. These people worked together to frame me and wanted me to crawl out of the Flower Fairy Palace. That old dog Old Hua is also a good-for-nothing. If it wasn't for him, how could I have lost the flower battle? Bai Tianyin was still complaining tearfully. He also believed that with so many people present, Bai Tianyun would definitely not sit by and do nothing for the sake of the Bai clan's reputation. However, whether it was Bai Tianyun, Qin Bing, or Long Gang, they all underestimated the extent of Bai Tianyun's ruthlessness. Before his younger brother could finish his words, Bai Tianyun had already snorted coldly and suddenly slapped Bai Tianyun's face. Trash, my Bai clan's reputation has been ruined by you. You still have the face to talk to your elder brother. Pa! Bai Tianyun's slap was really heavy and ruthless. Bai Tianyun screamed and fainted on the spot from the pain. Without looking at his unconscious brother, Bai Tianyun stared coldly at Yi Fei. Then, he glanced at Du Sanyang, who was standing beside Yi Fei at some point in time. Finally, a hint of fear appeared on his face. Qin Bing, Yi Fei, my Bai clan was in the wrong regarding the Heaven's Pride Hall. However, you shouldn't have injured my younger brother. Today, on account of the Flower Fairy Palace, I won't pursue this matter with you. When the Earth Roll starts, you'd better not disappoint me too much. Oomph. With a cold snort, Bai Tianyun grabbed the unconscious Bai Tianyun and stepped into the air, completely ignoring the Flower Fairy Palace's prohibition of martial arts. This Bai Tianyun is not bad. He actually didn't bully others with his power. Bai Tianyun is indeed the #1 genius of the Bai clan. Seeing Bai Tianyun come and go in a hurry and deal with matters swiftly and decisively, many martialists actually had a good impression of Bai Tianyun. Hearing these people's voices, Yi Fei sneered. Bai Tianyun's slap seemed to have taught Bai Tianyun a lesson, but in fact, it had secretly helped Bai Tianyun redeem his reputation. After all, Bai Tianyun was only beaten up. The Bai clan could still find an excuse to say that their skills were inferior. However, if Bai Tianyun really crawled out, the Bai clan would lose a lot of face. Chapter 487. No one can argue with Bai Tianyun's departure. There was no more drama to watch. The surrounding cultivators dispersed. Those who wanted to have fun went on having fun, and those who wanted to have fun went on having fun. Cheng Ming and Zhang Dazhuang walked over with refreshed looks on their faces. They chuckled and said, "Brother Yi, you're indeed our lucky star. We've been unhappy with Bai Cheng for a long time. This time, we've finally embarrassed him. But Brother Yi, you have to be careful. Bai Tianyun is not a simple person. You have offended the Bai clan this time. The Bai clan will definitely not let this matter rest." Qin Bing was still a little worried. "What are you afraid of? Don't forget, Yi Fei is the flower sage. At most, Brother Yi will follow me back to the Long clan. Let's see if Bai Tianyun dares to cause trouble in the Long clan." Long Gang patted his chest and said, "It's just a pity for Brother Dazhuang." It was not easy for him to enter a state of enlightenment, but he was interrupted. Cheng Ming suddenly sighed. Zhang Dazhuang also lowered his head with a depressed expression. Even if they had taught Bai Tianyun a lesson, Qin Bing and Zhang Dazhuang's state of enlightenment was still interrupted. In fact, their side had suffered a greater loss. Yi Fei's face flashed with an apologetic look. After all, he was also partly responsible for this matter. Hence, he walked over and patted Zhang Dazhuang's shoulder, wanting to comfort him. Seeing that Zhang Dazhuang had been injured during the fight, Yi Fei sent a stream of quintessential essence over to heal Zhang Dazhuang's injuries. In the beast mark, the little girl was sitting cross-legged, panting. She was so tired that she could not even open her eyes. It was obvious that using the Flower Sage's edict without being discovered had consumed too much of her energy. She did not know that the battle outside had ended. Sensing that Yi Fei was using quintessential essence again, the little girl was very surprised. Could it be that the battle outside had not ended? It seemed that the old man outside was very powerful. She had to continue working hard. In the end, the little girl slept well in the beast mark. She was also not afraid of being captured by bad people at any time. She was not willing to move. Hence, while Yi Fei was sending quintessential essence to heal Zhang Dazhuang, the little girl also puffed up her cheeks and blew a mouthful of spirit chi outside. Following Yi Fei's quintessential essence, it poured into Zhang Dazhuang's body. Zhang Dazhuang let out a roar all of a sudden. He could feel that the true chi that Yi Fei had given him suddenly possessed some sort of strange power. causing his body to be filled with true qi. With a boom, he had broken through the barrier of his martial emperor realm and reached the third layer martial emperor realm in an instant. Yi Fei, you actually helped me break through my realm. Zhang Dazhuang's eyes widened. His expression was almost exactly the same as Gu Man's. Qin Bing, Long Gang, and Cheng Ming also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Fei's method was simply too strange. Qin Bing quickly thought of something and said in shock, "The flower Dao is actually so miraculous. Not only can it nurture spiritual flowers, but it can also help people break through while healing." What? You can break through just by healing? No wonder Gu Man was able to break through so easily in the Hall of Prodigies. Cheng Ming and Zhang Dazhuang were shocked. They couldn't help but recall that outside the Hall of Prodigies, Yi Fei had also helped Gu Man heal. In the end, Gu Man had inexplicably broken through. Without saying a word, Long Gang had already crashed into a pillar under Yi Fei's shocked gaze. He had successfully smashed the pillar into pieces, and his forehead had also become bruised and swollen. "Not good, Brother Yi. I'm also injured. Hurry up and use your spirit qi to heal me." Yi Fei, Qin Bing, Cheng Ming, and Zhang Dazhuang had already lowered their heads in shame. They quickly drew a clear line between themselves and Long Gang and pretended not to know this person. The Flower Fairy and Third Aunt Du were also speechless. Looking at Long Gang's appearance, they couldn't help but laugh. Third Aunt Du looked at Long Gang sympathetically and shook her head. "Young Master Long, you can't do this." Although young Master Yi is a flower saint, his current spirit qi can only help cultivators who are at a bottleneck to break through. Of course, if young Master Yi can reach the Flower Emperor realm, he can guide the spirit qi of heaven and earth at any time to help you break through. It can't be. Is the Flower Dao really that magical? Isn't it just an unorthodox way of pretending to be cultured? Yi Fei was very surprised. In his eyes, other than being very good at cultivating spirit flowers, the Flower Dao couldn't see any other use. Compared to the Pill Dao, Array Dao, and Artifact Refining Dao, which had a huge supporting effect on cultivators, the Flower Dao was not just a little bit inferior. "Young Master Yi, you really know how to joke." Third Aunt Du thought that Yi Fei was joking. How could a dignified flower saint not understand the power of the Flower Dao? "I'm not joking. Actually, I don't know the Flower Dao, and I'm not a flower saint." Third Aunt Du, can you please explain the Flower Dao to me in detail? Hearing that the Flower Dao seemed to be very powerful, Yi Fei suddenly became curious. Of course, his words successfully attracted the extremely disdainful gazes of everyone present. "Brother Yi, we're all on the same side here. Stop pretending. At most, I won't let you heal, okay?" Long Gang rubbed the big bump on his head, secretly thinking that he had bumped into it for nothing. Qin Bing and the other two also nodded repeatedly. They felt that Yi Fei was good at everything, but his habit of pretending to be low-key was really annoying. "You're clearly a Flower Dao saint. Why are you pretending?" Flower Fairy also muttered softly. She was very dissatisfied with Yi Fei's habit of pretending for no reason. Yi Fei was very depressed. Only the heavens knew that what he said was completely true. He really didn't know anything about the Flower Dao. Could he say that the one who was truly proficient in the Flower Dao was actually the little girl hidden in the beast mark? Cough, cough. Please enlighten me. Yi Fei thickened his skin and continued to ask Third Aunt Du for guidance. Third Aunt Du looked at Yi Fei very strangely. What did this brat mean? Could it be that he was the same as that Elder Hua and wanted to ruin the reputation of the many fairies of the Flower Fairy Palace? Thinking of this, Third Aunt Du's entire face became dignified. She thought that Yi Fei said this to remind the Flower Fairy Palace of how much damage a true Flower Dao saint could do to the Flower Fairy Palace. "Young Master Yi, I understand what you mean. Since you've cracked the Flower Fairy's natal spiritual flower and let the Bingdi flower bloom perfectly, according to the rules of the Flower Fairy Holy Sect, you have every reason to raise any conditions to the Flower Fairy, including having her serve you in bed." Third Aunt Du's face was cold. The Flower Fairy's body was also on the verge of collapse. She had a despairing and distressed expression. Originally, when she saw Yi Fei display his invincible might and defeated Elder Hua, she thought that Yi Fei was a good person. She didn't expect that Yi Fei was no different from the other men who came to the Flower Fairy Palace. He was just coveting their beauty. When Qin Bing and the other three heard Third Aunt Du's words, they all showed expressions of sudden understanding. Long Gang even gave Yi Fei a thumbs up in admiration. Brother Yi, you're still the best. No wonder you always like to pretend to be a layman. So you have an ulterior motive. Why your sister? Yi Fei's face darkened. He really wanted to kick Long Gang to the side. He simply didn't understand the Flower Dao. He didn't have the intention to take advantage of the situation to blackmail them. Third Aunt Du, you may have misunderstood. Since we can't come to an agreement, then I'll take my leave. Yi Fei turned and left. As for having the Flower Fairy serve him in bed, forget it. Chapter 488. Helpless. Seeing that Yi Fei was really going to leave the Flower Fairy Palace, Qin Emo was stunned. Qin Bing and the other three were stunned. Could it be that they had misunderstood and that Yi Fei was not interested in the Flower Fairy? But looking at Yi Fei's appearance, they really couldn't believe that Yi Fei was actually a layman in the Flower Dao. The Flower Fairy and Du Sanyang were even more confused. Sanyang, what should we do? What else can we do? Regardless of whether this person really doesn't know or has other motives, he has the strength of a flower saint. If we offend such a person, it will be a disaster for our entire Flower Fairy Palace. Du Sanyang gritted her teeth and suddenly chased after Yi Fei with large strides, looking pleadingly at him. Young Master Yi, please be magnanimous and let our Flower Fairy Palace go. As long as you promise not to use the Flower Dao to attack our Flower Fairy Palace, you can name any conditions you want. Even if you want the Flower Fairy to be your concubine, I will agree. Du Sanyang and the Flower Fairy both had distressed expressions. To the Flower Fairy sacred sect, they weren't afraid of the warrior saint's anger, but they were only afraid of the flower saint. Du Sanyang naturally didn't dare to let Yi Fei leave in a rage. She even took the initiative to change the condition from sleeping with him to concubine. The Flower Fairy actually didn't object and had a resolute look on her face. Even if she were to jump into a fire pit, she had already decided to sacrifice herself for the sake of her sisters not being defiled by Yi Fei. This scene once again stunned Qin Bing and the other three. Other than Qin Bing, Long Gang, Cheng Ming, and Zhang Dezhuang were already prostrating themselves in admiration of Yi Fei. What a good move of loosening the reins in order to capture, retreating in order to advance. Brother Yi is indeed a veteran in the field of flowers. You can even do such a beastly thing. Long Gang was extremely envious. Zhang Dezhuang and Cheng Ming were also extremely envious. Which of these young masters in the imperial capital didn't want to marry a fairy? But no one had ever succeeded. Brother Yi was still the one who had the means. Without doing anything, he could just flick his sleeves and leave and scare the Flower Fairy Palace into voluntarily giving their most beautiful fairy to Brother Yi as a concubine. Yi Fei looked at Du Sanyang, who was stopping him and begging him. He felt very depressed in his heart. I already said that I'm not a Flower Dao saint. Why don't these people believe me? It was all because of the little girl in the beast mark. Speechless, the one who had to clean up the mess was himself. Yi Fei felt depressed. He glanced at the Flower Fairy and realized that she was looking at him very nervously. There was even a hint of red on her face. Yi Fei was even more speechless. He could only continue to pretend to be the flower sage. He shook his head and said, Third Aunt Du, don't worry. I swear that I won't attack any of the fairies of the Flower Fairy Palace. Is that all right? Long Gang and the other three were stunned again. What did Brother Yi mean? How could he not eat the fatty meat that had been delivered to his mouth? The Flower Fairy was pleasantly surprised. Young Master Yi, is what you said true? Are you really willing to swear that you won't use the Flower Dao to deal with any sisters of my Flower Fairy Palace? I swear that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Besides, I don't know anything about the Flower Dao. I don't have the ability to do anything even if I wanted to. Seeing Yi Fei really swear, The flower fairy was pleasantly surprised. Only now did she realize that Yi Fei wasn't the kind of bad person she thought he was. He was actually a very good person. It made sense. He was able to enter the flower sage Dao and make the Bingdi flowers bloom so perfectly. How could such a young master have a bad heart? The flower fairy's face suddenly blushed. She looked even more beautiful against the backdrop of the Bingdi flowers. Long Gang and the other two were stunned. Qin Bing also had a look of amazement on his face. After Yi Fei finished swearing, the flower fairy looked seriously at Yi Fei and swore, "I, the flower fairy, also swear that as long as young Master Yi doesn't harm my flower fairy palace or my sisters, as long as young Master Yi is willing, I can give him my body and heart at any time." When she had no choice but to say such shameful words, the flower fairy was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to face Yi Fei. She stomped her feet and glanced at third Aunt Du then. She quickly ran back to her own palace and didn't come out again. Damn, that's possible. As expected of the flower sage. He conquered the flower fairy's body and heart so quickly. His methods are too cruel. He's worse than a beast. Long Gang, Cheng Ming, and Zhang Dazhuang watched the flower fairy leave shyly. Their faces were filled with envy and jealousy. Qin Bing also sighed. "Brother Yi, if you can't be considered a flower sage, then the four of us are too ashamed to show our faces. Brother Yi, if it's convenient, please enlighten us." Yi Fei was so depressed by the flower fairy's sudden promise that he wanted to vomit blood. He looked at Qin Bing and the other three, then at third Aunt Du, and sighed helplessly and seriously. "Everyone, I'm really not a flower sage. I don't know anything about the flower Dao. Why don't you believe me? Brother Yi, don't be so humble. We all know that your flower sage Dao is reserved and reserved. You can capture a beauty's heart without her noticing," Long Gang said as he walked over. "Young Master Yi, don't joke around. But since young Master Yi has said so, my flower fairy palace can't be stingy. We have many books on the flower Dao here, and we even have a flower sage's insights. If you're interested, you can stay here and read them. Of course, if you bring friends to my flower fairy palace in the future, all fees will be waived." Third Aunt Du also heaved a sigh of relief. Even if Yi Fei had sworn not to use the flower Dao against the flower fairy palace, Third Aunt Du didn't dare to slight a dangerous flower sage like Yi Fei. She had already decided that no matter what, she had to be on good terms with Yi Fei. It would be best if she could worship Yi Fei. Yi Fei was completely helpless. He knew that the flower fairy palace wouldn't be at ease if he didn't agree. He could only nod reluctantly. "All right, the flower sage's book is over there. Take me to see it." Realizing that the flower Dao wasn't as bad as he thought, Yi Fei was still a little interested in studying it. Leaving Qin Bing and the others to continue sightseeing in the flower fairy palace, Yi Fei followed third Aunt Du to a room in the deepest part of the flower fairy palace. Seeing that it was filled with books, third Aunt Du said, "Young Master Yi, this is the former flower sage's residence. All his flower Dao books are recorded here. You can read them as you wish." With that, third Aunt Du respectfully retreated. She treated Yi Fei as the most distinguished guest. Yi Fei wasn't used to it, but he couldn't refuse. He could only walk into the study and pick up a book. He discovered that it happened to be a book that recorded the origins of the flower Dao. Flowers also have Dao. Martial arts have martial arts, and pill Dao have pill Dao. The flower Dao was born out of martial arts and formed in pill Dao. However, it is very different from the Dao of martial arts. This is the Dao of scholars, the Dao of mortals, the Dao of immortality. Every word in this flower sage's book was exquisite. It wasn't boring to read, but rather fascinating. Yi Fei only wanted to take a casual glance, but after reading for a while, he couldn't take his eyes off it. So I was wrong. The flower Dao isn't an unorthodox Dao. In ancient times, it was actually the same as pill Dao and array Dao. They were all strange martial Daos. Chapter 489. Turmoil in the imperial capital, however. Unlike the mainstream martial arts, which focused on combat strength and cultivating the physical body, The Way of Flowers focused more on cultivating one's mind and spirit. It did not care about one's martial arts level. This was why many experts of the Way of Flowers were able to enter the divine road, even though they were only martial saints and martial kings. However, the divine road was very difficult. The flower saints themselves did not have strong combat strength. In fact, many of them were not even as strong as ordinary martial kings. However, if everyone thinks that the flower saints are weak, then you are gravely mistaken. Since the ancient sages created the Way of Flowers, it is destined to be extraordinary. The true Way of Flowers is not to be pretentious. Instead, it is to use the Way of Flowers to make up for one's lack of talent, potential, and cultivation resources. It is to use the strength of the heavens and earth to make up for one's shortcomings. How many attacking methods does the Way of Flowers have? Unfortunately, the Way of Flowers has no attacking methods. At least before the Flower Emperor, the people of the Way of Flowers could be said to be powerless. However, we can achieve longevity more easily than other martial artists. The Way of Flowers is the way to maintain one's health. What is maintaining one's health? Stealing the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth, cultivating spiritual flowers, nurturing spiritual herbs, nourishing the heavens and earth. Cultivating spiritual flowers is to cultivate one's mind and spirit. It is also the best way to nourish the heavens and earth. I am not very talented. After 30 years of hard work, I'm only a first-level martial saint. However, since I entered the Way of Flowers, I can nourish all kinds of heavens and earth, spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs. In 1 year, I've already made a breakthrough into the martial king realm. In 10 years, I used a divine medicine seed to nourish a divine medicine comparable to 10,000 years old. After consuming it, I was reborn and instantly became a martial lord. The recording stopped suddenly. In the end, it was just the flower saint who had been bored. However, the record of a martial king in 1 year and a Wu Jun in 10 years made Yi Fei feel the terror of the Way of Flowers. Such cultivation speed was nothing to the super geniuses and demons. However, it was built on the condition that they had a special body and an extremely high-quality dantian. Most martial artists were like the flower saint. They did not have a special body, and their dantian was not high quality. If they did not come from a big family or sacred ground, they did not even dantian. For such ordinary martial artists, it was difficult for them to reach Wu Jun in their entire lives. Wu Jun. But the Way of Flowers, the flower saint could make use of the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth and spiritual herbs, could quickly spiritual herbs dantian. Flower, 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 and flower. The Way of Flowers, flower, flowers. Flower, 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 flower. Flower, 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 flower. Flower, 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 flower. Flower, 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 flower. Flowers, flower, flowers, flower, 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 flower. Flower, 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 flowers. Way, the dantian. It. To have, I have had. Imperial capital by family. Bai Tianyan Slap had knocked Bai Tianqing unconscious for an entire day before he slowly regained consciousness. The moment he woke up, Bai Tianqing's first action was to rub his swollen face and stare angrily at Bai Tianyan, who was standing beside the bed, with a voice that sounded like he had lost all his teeth. "Big brother, why did you hit me? Do you know how embarrassing it is for me?" Bai Tianqing roared. "Trash, do you know how to embarrass yourself? If I didn't knock you out, would you have crawled out of the Flower Fairy Palace? Even if you did, my Bai family can't afford to lose face like that." Bai Tianyan stared coldly at Bai Tianqing. If this person wasn't his younger brother, he would have killed him. Bai Tianqing was so frightened that his pupils shrank. His voice became softer. He couldn't help but say, "Fine, I was wrong about the Flower Fairy Palace. Then why did you kill Bai Xiaolong and the others for no reason? They deserve to be killed. As disciples of my Bai family, they actually went to extort foreign cultivators. Do you really think that my Bai family can cover the sky with one hand? If this matter reaches the emperor's ears, how will he view my Bai family? How will he view me, Bai Tianyan? This year's Earth ranking is crucial for me to fight for the first place. I won't allow anyone to speak against me or the Bai family. Do you understand? Bai Tianyun looked coldly at his younger brother. It was this glance that made Bai Tianqing feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Although they were brothers, Bai Tianqing knew that Bai Tianyun was ruthless. As long as someone went against his purpose, even if they were brothers, Bai Tianyun wouldn't show any mercy. Bai Tianqing's voice became softer. He looked at Bai Tianyun in horror and said, "Big brother, I know I was wrong. I won't ask for anything else. That North Sea country bumpkin really caused me trouble this time. I won't ask for anything else. I just want Big Brother to help me take revenge. As long as Big Brother helps me, I will listen to you completely in the future. I won't do anything behind your back." Bai Tianqing wasn't stupid. He knew that Bai Xiaolong and the others didn't deserve to die. The real reason they died was because they shouldn't have become his trusted subordinates. It seems like you're not completely useless. All right, you said it yourself. As long as I help you deal with that Yi Fei, I will have the final say in the Bai family. If you continue to nurture trusted subordinates behind my back, even if they're brothers, don't blame me for being impolite. Bai Tianyun was waiting for these words. He was a proud person. He wouldn't allow anyone in the Bai family to oppose him. Even if it was the slightest noise, he wouldn't allow it to appear. That was why he killed the 4 silk pants in cold blood. First, it would raise the Bai family's reputation, and second, it would serve as an example to the monkeys, making Bai Tianqing more obedient. Bai Tianqing naturally understood this point. After all, with Bai Xiaolong dead, he had completely lost the qualifications to go against Bai Tianyun and the Bai family. At this moment, he was acting like a hoodlum. Big brother, don't worry. As long as you help me take revenge and let me live a good life, I won't fight with you for the Bai family's position. If you ask me to go east, I won't go west. If you ask me to catch a dog, I won't catch a chicken. Bai Tianqing knelt on the ground and swore. Get up. Even if you're trash, you're still my younger brother. As long as you listen to me, I'll guarantee you riches and honor. Now, tell me about this Yi Fei in detail. Bai Tianyun said coldly. Because the backing of the Flower Fairy Palace was also very powerful, Bai Tianyun was arrogant. However, he couldn't make a move against Yi Fei in the Flower Fairy Palace. He also disdained to inquire about Yi Fei from others. At this time, it was best to ask Bai Tianqing. Know yourself and know your enemy. This was Bai Tianyun's style of doing things. Even if Yi Fei was just an insignificant character, Bai Tianyun wouldn't be careless. Chapter 490. Northern Ocean King. While Bai Tianyun and his brother were discussing how to deal with Yi Fei and redeem the Bai family's lost face, on the other side, in the Imperial Palace, the Northern Heavenly King was dressed in military attire. He was standing respectfully in front of a middle-aged emperor as he reported the situation of the young talents and young cultivators entering the imperial capital. Bai Tianyun had instructed Bai Xiaolong and the other profligate sons to openly block the entrance of the Heaven's Pride Guild Hall and extort spirit crystals. Naturally, the Northern Heavenly King was aware of this. At this moment, the Northern Heavenly King was reporting this matter to the Northern Ocean King. The Northern Heavenly King said angrily, "Your Majesty, the recent actions of the Bai family seem to be a little too arrogant. I suggest that we punish them when the time is right, especially Bai Xiaolong and the other profligate sons of the imperial capital. They should be punished severely." The Northern Ocean King nodded, then shook his head. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky and the imperial capital that was in a state of silence. He sighed and said, "Northern Heavenly King, I'm not concerned about the Bai family. The Bai family is a hidden danger, but it's not the biggest one. Moreover, Bai Tianyun is capable and ruthless. He's a smart person. He won't give you an excuse to attack the Bai family." "Your Majesty?" The Northern Heavenly King raised his head. He didn't understand. The Bai family's influence in the imperial capital was huge. Bai Tianyun was the most outstanding genius of the Bai family. If Bai Tianyun matured, he would be an unrivaled martial king like them. If the Bai family wasn't the biggest hidden danger in the imperial capital, Then who was it that was worth the Northern Ocean King summoning him to discuss matters of state? In response to the Northern Heavenly King's question, the Northern Ocean King only smiled and continued to look at the sky. The Northern Heavenly King knew that His Majesty was waiting, but he couldn't guess what he was waiting for. Therefore, the Northern Heavenly King could only shut his mouth and stand silently at the side. He lowered his head and thought about something. At this moment, the hurried footsteps of a guard could be heard from outside. "Your Majesty, the steward of the Bai family requested an audience. He even brought a few things." The guard reported as he knelt down. "What things?" The Northern Heavenly King couldn't wait and asked first. The Northern Ocean ruler nodded his head, indicating that it was fine. The guard then turned to the North Heavenly Queen and stood up, replying to the North Heavenly Queen. The Bai family sent over the heads of Bai Xiaolong and the other three who caused trouble at the Heaven's Pride Hall. Bai Tianyan killed Bai Xiaolong? For at once. This man is really ruthless. The North Heaven Queen gasped. One must know that although Bai Xiaolong and the other three were debauches, their talents were not bad, and they were martial king experts. In the imperial capital, martial kings were the core strength of a family. However, Bai Tianyan killed 4 of them at once. His boldness made the Northern Heavenly King feel a sense of fear. Northern Heavenly King, do you believe now that the Bai family is nothing to worry about? As long as I am alive, be it the Bai family or the 4 Heavenly King palaces, none of them will be a hidden danger. The Northern Ocean King said indifferently. His words scared the Northern Heavenly King so much that he immediately knelt down and expressed his loyalty. "Your Majesty, rest assured, I don't dare to speak for others, but the Northern Heavenly King Palace swears loyalty to the imperial family." Northern Palace, get up. You are the person I trust the most. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have summoned you for a discussion. The Northern Ocean King said with a faint smile. The Northern Heavenly King wiped his cold sweat and stood up. He carefully asked, "Your Majesty, since the Bai family and the 4 Heavenly King palaces aren't a hidden danger, is the hidden danger Your Majesty is worried about the North Sea?" North Sea? Are you talking about the sword maniac who has stepped onto the path of a sword sage? No, he isn't a threat. In fact, he and I should be considered friends. The Northern Ocean King revealed a rare smile. However, this smile quickly turned into a pained expression. Wisps of black chi seeped out from the corners of the Northern Ocean King's mouth. The Northern Heavenly King was so frightened that he quickly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, your injuries. I'm fine. I can't do anything to it, and it can't kill me either. At the very least, I can still hold on for a short period of time. Today, I called you here for only one thing." The Northern Ocean King took out a black elixir and swallowed it. He quickly suppressed the black chi in his body. Then, he looked at the Northern Heavenly King and said in a low voice, "Help me investigate Yi Fei. Find out what his character is like. Most importantly, find out his attitude towards the Northern Ocean King. Remember, this investigation must be done in secret. Don't alarm this little fellow. Your Majesty summoned me for a meeting in the middle of the night just to investigate a disciple of the Taishian sacred land? What on earth is going on?" The Northern Heavenly King was completely confused. However, the Northern Ocean King had no intention of explaining, so the Northern Heavenly King could only leave gloomily. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought popped into his mind. Could it be that Your Majesty didn't circulate his energy to treat his injuries in the middle of the night because he was concerned about Yi Fei? What secrets does this little fellow have? The Northern Heavenly King couldn't understand. In fact, even the Northern Ocean King himself felt that this order was a little strange. I don't know if it's right for me to invest so much energy in a junior. However, I can't be wrong about that martial emperor's aura. The Northern Ocean King still remembered the terrifying pressure that made his heart tremble when the Demon Emperor appeared. Even though he was hundreds of thousands of miles away, he still felt a deep sense of fear and helplessness. A martial emperor, an expert that hadn't appeared in the northern region for thousands of years, had suddenly appeared in the North Sea. Shortly after, The Heavenly Een cult had been inexplicably destroyed, and the Sword Maniac Elder had suddenly comprehended the way of the Sword Sage. This naturally attracted the Northern Ocean King's attention. The Northern Heavenly King also spent an unimaginable amount of energy to keep an eye on this matter. At this moment, Yi Fei obviously didn't know that he had attracted the Northern Ocean King's intense attention the moment he stepped into the imperial capital. He was living in the study that the Flower Sage had once lived in and was carefully reading the classics that the Flower Sage had left behind. The more he read, the more Yi Fei felt that the Flower Way was extensive and profound. Although warriors who cultivated the Flower Way generally didn't have strong combat abilities, their cultivation of spiritual flowers and spiritual herbs had reached an unimaginable level. However, the most important step to learning the Flower Way is to condense a spirit seed. Only by condensing a spirit seed can I convert the domineering battle demon true origin in my body into a harmless and nourishing spirit chi for spiritual flowers and herbs. Furthermore, the stronger the spirit seed, the faster I'll be able to cultivate spiritual herbs after cultivating the Flower Way. However, the Flower Way was easy to learn, but the spirit seed was hard to find. The most important thing was that even though Senior Flower Sane had left behind many classics, he did not mention a single word about any spirit seed. Senior, although I know that you don't want to talk about the spirit seed because it's the basics, you should at least leave some clues for us beginners. Yi Fei was very depressed. He didn't give up and searched through all the places in the room, but he still couldn't find any clues about the spirit seed. He finally gave up. Although he was very unwilling, Yi Fei had no choice but to call out the little girl who refused to leave the beast mark. "Chow Chow, come out for a while," Yi Fei said silently in his heart. The little girl habitually responded. When she heard that Yi Fei was still treating her like grass, the little girl's face darkened and she immediately fell silent. "Damn, you're still throwing a tantrum when you're clinging to me." Yi Fei's face darkened even more. After thinking for a long time, he realized that the little girl wasn't satisfied with the name Xiao Chow. Yi Fei could only compromise. "You don't like the name Xiao Chow?" The little girl finally spoke. Yi Fei was completely speechless. He hesitated for a long time before saying, "Since you don't like Xiao Chow, how about I call you Little Flower from now on?" Bam! Chapter 491. The Earth Leaderboard began. Yi Fei finally managed to coax the little girl out, only to be punched in the face. There was no need to describe how depressed he felt. However, considering that he still needed to make use of the little girl to learn the spirit seed of the Flower Dao, Yi Fei was very magnanimous this time. After all, the little girl's punches wouldn't hurt him. Cough, cough, that little flower, boom. Before he could finish, the little girl had already raised the stone table in front of her. She looked like she was going to fight Yi Fei to the death if Yi Fei dared to give her a random name. Yi Fei helplessly spread his hands and could only change his words. "That Xiao Chow Bam." The little girl finally lay down and stared at Yi Fei with tears in her eyes. If she could speak, she would definitely point at Yi Fei's nose and scold him. Looking at the angry little girl, Yi Fei knew that he had teased her enough. If he continued teasing her, she might turn hostile. Yi Fei suddenly asked seriously, "You are not called Xiao Chow nor Xiao Chow. If you're not called Little Flower, then what's your name?" The little girl opened her mouth and wanted to say something. Suddenly, she reacted and looked at Yi Fei with vigilance. Yi Fei was very depressed. Was this really again a Dermadal? Wasn't it said that such spirit creatures were easy to deceive? Why was this little girl as smart as a monkey? Knowing that his plan to find out the little girl's origins had failed, Yi Fei didn't beat around the bush. He forcefully gave the little girl the name Xiao Chow and said, "Xiao Chow, you should know what the other type of Flower Dao is. Can you help me condense a spirit seed?" You want to condense a spirit seed? The little girl gestured at Yi Fei. She couldn't see that Yi Fei had the potential to learn the Flower Dao. He was good at destroying spirit flowers. "You really know about spirit seeds? How can I condense a spirit seed?" When Yi Fei saw the little girl's expression, he knew that he had a chance. The little girl thought for a moment and nodded, indicating that she indeed knew about spirit seeds. Then, she reached out her small white hand and gestured to ask for benefits. Yifei secretly wondered if the little girl had gotten used to this. However, since he had a favor to ask of the little girl, he wouldn't be too stingy. "Tell me, what do you want this time?" Yifei said. This time, the little girl made even more complicated gestures. Yifei stared blankly at her for a long time, but still couldn't understand. In the end, the little girl couldn't be bothered to continue communicating with the big, stupid pig in front of her. She put her head on Yifei's interspatial ring and sucked gently. Yifei was shocked to find that the millions of spirit crystals in his interspatial ring had been sucked clean by the little girl. What Yifei couldn't stand the most was that this little girl had wasted so many of his spirit crystals. After burping, she went back into the beast mark with a swoosh, afraid that Yifei would grab her out. Yifei was furious. Millions of spirit crystals were all he had, but in the blink of an eye, they were all gone. "Chow Chow, get out here right now. Today, I'm going to refine you like a spiritual medicine." Yifei's furious roar echoed throughout the study. But the only answer he got was the sound of the little girl sleeping soundly in the beast mark space and the green leaf she threw out on the ground. Millions of spirit crystals were exchanged for a green leaf on the little girl's body. Yifei looked at the green leaf on the ground, and his face became extremely dark. "What does this green leaf have to do with me condensing a spirit seed?" Yifei picked up the green leaf on the ground unhappily. Whoosh! At this moment, the green leaf touched Yifei's body and turned into an emerald light that flowed into Yifei's palm. Yifei was surprised to see that there was a clear image of a green leaf on his palm. That was clearly the symbol of successfully condensing a spirit seed. It's so easy to condense a spirit seed. It's just that the price is too expensive. Millions of spirit crystals. Yifei felt the pinch. Over the next few days, Du Sanyang suddenly received a request from Yifei for a large number of low-level spirit flowers. Since it was a request from the flower sage, Flower Fairy Palace didn't dare to neglect it. A large number of spirit flower seedlings were sent to Yifei's study in the shortest time possible. Then, there were continuous explosions and angry roars coming from the study. The spirit flowers that were sent and would not last more than an hour before they exploded together with the flower pot and were thrown out by Yifei. What's going on? Isn't young Master Yi the flower sage? Why hasn't he succeeded in cultivating these low-level spirit flowers even once? The flower fairy looked at the destroyed spirit flowers with heartache. If it wasn't Yifei who did this, the Flower Fairy Palace would have kicked that person out without a second word and never allowed him to take a step into the Flower Fairy Palace again. It had to be said that Yifei was extremely talented in martial arts. But when it came to cultivating the flower Dao, Yifei wasn't just clumsy. He was simply careless. Time passed quickly as Yifei studied the flower Dao. Soon, it was the day of the earth roll. Yifei pushed open the door. His eyes were red and his face was dark as he looked at the withered or exploded spirit flowers and herbs on the ground. He finally had to accept that he was indeed too lacking in talent in the flower Dao. "I've suffered a huge loss this time. I spent millions of spirit crystals in exchange for a useless technique. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have learned it. Anyway, I have a flower sage like little girl by my side. Why would I be afraid of not having enough spirit herbs?" Yifei was very depressed. Qin Bing and the other three also walked out. They were all glowing. It was obvious that they had enjoyed their time in the Flower Fairy Palace. Seeing Yifei walk out looking very haggard, Long Gang went up to him and laughed softly. "Brother Yi, it looks like you've been working hard during this time." Long Gang especially emphasized the word working hard. Cheng Ming and Zhang Dazhuang both chuckled. Yifei suddenly felt so depressed that he wanted to hit someone. "You guys might have enjoyed it, but I've suffered a huge loss." Hence, ignoring Long Gang and the other two's teasing, Yifei walked towards Qin Bing and said, "It's time for the earth roll. Where should we go now?" "To the palace. The earth roll is always held in the palace." Qin Bing said, "We have to hurry. If we're late, We'll be at a disadvantage if we line up at the back, Long Gang added. Young Master Yi, Young Master Qin, Young Master Long, Young Master Cheng, Young Master Zhang, I wish you all good results in the earth roll in advance. Third Aunt Du smiled as she walked over to give her blessings. Flower Fairy, who was standing by the side, also bowed at everyone. In the end, her gaze couldn't help but land on Yi Fei. Chapter 492. The Gathering of the Geniuses. No one knew how the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list came to be. However, every time the Heaven and Earth Supreme ranking list started, it was the biggest event in the entire North region. On that day, there would be millions of warriors gathering in the Imperial City. There would also be 100,000 young geniuses who were selected strictly to head to the palace to take the Earth ranking test. They hoped to get the best ranking. When the group arrived at the palace, Yi Fei finally understood why Long Gang had been urging them to hurry along the way. There were simply too many warriors in the palace. Just the 100,000 warriors participating in the Earth ranking was an extremely exaggerated number. Moreover, there were many family members, friends, and onlookers among them. The number was more than 10 or 20 times more than the previous number. This made Yi Fei feel as though he had returned to the examination hall in his previous life. At that moment, the most nervous people were never the warriors participating in the Earth ranking test, but their family members and friends. Son, you have to work hard. I believe in you. I have trained hard for 10 years just to leave my name on the Earth ranking today and bring glory to my ancestors. Brat, you're a short-lived slave. Look at them. They are all so confident. When it is your turn, they are so weak. Let me tell you, if you can't pass the first round of the Earth ranking test, I will definitely beat you to death. Husband, you have to work hard. My son and I are counting on you to get into the Earth ranking. Humph, the Earth ranking test has finally started. Last time, I returned in defeat. This time, I will definitely be famous in the entire capital. Looking at the unimaginably huge crowd, Yi Fei was depressed. There were so many people. How was he going to meet up with Senior Jing and the rest? It was lucky that he, Qin Bing, and the other three weren't separated. Screech. Suddenly, the cry of an eagle came from the noisy sky. It was a spirit eagle. Everyone who recognized its origin all had a change in expression. Long Gang was so envious that his eyes turned red. Who is this? He is so lucky to have caught a spiritual beast to show off. Yi Fei smiled faintly. He hadn't seen Luo Shi for a year. It seemed that Luo Shi had grown very quickly. Brother Qin, Brother Long, Brother Zhang, Brother Cheng, I have a few good friends and fellow disciples that I can introduce to you. As he spoke, the spirit eagle in the sky had already discovered Yi Fei, Jing Wushou, the 10th Prince, Luo Shi, and the others. They were already sweating profusely as they squeezed through the crowd and walked over. Of course, Gu Man was also following behind them. Haha, Yi Fei, I finally found you. Brother Fei, the scene in the Imperial capital is too scary. Now that we're out of the North Sea, we can feel how small we are. Luo Shi sighed. Lin's son and Yang Shao nodded in agreement. In the North Sea, they were the strongest group of youths. But when they left the North Sea, they realized that there were many people stronger than them. Their little bit of strength and talent was like throwing a stone into a river, only able to create a bubble. Senior Marshal Brother Jing, you and sister-in-law are finally here. It seems that both of you have improved very quickly. After not seeing each other for a year, Yi Fei was also very happy to see these old friends again. While introducing each other, Yi Fei also took the opportunity to observe everyone's strength. The one who had improved the fastest was still Jing Wushou. A year ago, Jing Wushou was a rank 10 martial honorable. Now that a year had passed and he had gone through experience, Jing Wushou was already a rank 3 martial king. He was no weaker than Nan Ruofeng back then. The second were the 10th Prince and Shi Feng, who were both rank 2 martial king. Qi Chu Chu, Lin's son, and Yang Shao had also broken through to rank 1 martial king. Finally, there were Lu Ming, Shangwan Lu, and Luo Shi. Lu Ming's talent was not high. After a year, he was still a rank 1 martial king. Shangguan Lu and Luo, she were both ranked 10 Martial Honorable. They were destined to participate in the Martial Honorable Group competition. As for the Heaven and Earth Supreme Board, only the Martial King Realm competition would be valued. The Martial Honorable Group Earth Board would at most have a certain amount of potential. Shangguan Lu did not think much of it. He was already satisfied that he had broken through to the rank 10 Martial Honorable Realm so quickly. Luo, she was depressed because he was stuck at the peak of the rank 10 Martial Honorable Realm and was only a step away from becoming a Martial King. Sigh. If only the Earth Leaderboard could be delayed for another month or two, I would be able to participate in the Martial King group with you, Brother Fei. Luo, she was very depressed. Jing Wushou and the others also expressed sympathy for Luo Shi. Yifei thought for a while and smiled. Luo Shi, it's not impossible for you to participate in the Martial King group competition. Shangguan Lu is only in the early 10th stage, so I can't do anything about it. But you have already reached the critical point of breakthrough, so there shouldn't be a problem. Xiao Qiao, get up and get to work. Yifei used his mind to roar in the beast mark space. The little girl puffed up her cheeks angrily. She opened her big, sleeping eyes and reluctantly blew out a breath of spiritual energy. Roar. Luo, she suddenly roared. He felt Yifei pat his shoulder, and the true essence in his body circulated wildly. In an instant, he broke through from the 10th stage of the Martial Honorable Realm to the 1st stage of the Martial King Realm. This freak. Chi Chu Chu opened her eyes wide in shock. Yifei, Jing Wushou, the 10th prince, and the others were also stunned by Yifei's move. Only Long Gang and the other two looked at Yifei with envy. Then, they looked at the green leaf pattern that was disappearing quickly on Yifei's palm. Of course, the commotion here also attracted the attention of many martial artists. What's going on? Someone actually broke through to the Martial King Realm on the spot? How did that person do it? Just by patting someone, he instantly raised his cultivation by 1 stage? Spiritual energy infusion. Damn, that seems to be the legendary consummate skill of the Flower Dao Saint. Even a small place like the North Sea has a Flower Dao Saint. It had to be said that the martial artists of Beiyang country were very strong. Many of them could accurately determine Yifei's identity after seeing Yifei's spiritual energy. The Flower Dao Saint did not have much ability in battle. However, when it came to helping martial artists break through bottlenecks, the help of a Flower Dao Saint was more effective than any elixir. Immediately, many martial artists noticed Yifei with burning eyes. However, Yifei was not the most eye-catching one. There were more geniuses rushing over. Look, the young masters of the Southern Sky King's residence are here. What's going on? The Western Sky King and the Eastern Sky King have joined forces and come over. Who is that? How dare he fly in the sky in the Imperial Palace? That looks like Bai Tianyun, who was ranked 3rd on the previous Earth ranking. Bai Tianyun. This name seemed to have some kind of magical power. It made the noisy Imperial Palace quiet down. Bai Tianyun slowly descended. His cold and arrogant gaze swept across the surroundings. He seemed to inadvertently glance at Yifei and then looked away. Haha, big brother, you're really impressive. You've shocked everyone into silence the moment you appear. Bai Tianqing followed behind with a smug smile. The stronger Bai Tianyun was, the more advantageous it would be for him and the Bai family. Bai Tianqing's face turned ugly. Shut up. They're quiet not because of me, but because Bei Gong Chun is here. Bei Gong Chun. Bai Tianqing's pupils shrank in fright. He immediately shut his mouth. The Northern Heavenly King was not only the strongest among the 4 Heavenly Kings, but his daughter, Bei Gong Chun, was also known for being more domineering than any man. At this moment, Bei Gong Chun was walking coldly towards the Imperial Palace's entrance, escorted by Bei Gong Yu and Bei Gong Lei. When Qin Bing saw this, he immediately ran over to talk to Bei Gong Chun. Yifei and Long Gang looked at Qin Bing's actions with disdain. In front of the Imperial Palace's entrance, a yellow-robed youth with his back facing the crowd turned around and laughed. Haha, Qin Bing, you're still the same. Beigong Chun by Tianyun, long time no see. As soon as the young man turned around, he immediately gave off a tremendous pressure. The young masters and princesses of the East Sky King, the West Sky King, and the South Sky King, who also wanted to come over, all changed their expressions. It's the fourth prince, Zhu Zhun. I didn't expect him to be here earlier than us. Ninth Realm Martial King? Your Highness, you've improved tremendously. Beigong Chun looked at the majestic Zhu Zhun with a solemn expression. Haha, Beigong Chun, by Tianyun, you guys are doing well too. You must have broken through to Ninth Realm Martial King. Looks like the first place on the Earth ranking will be decided between the three of us. The fourth prince, Zhu Zhun, sighed. However, his gaze was extremely sharp. It was so sharp that Beigong Chun's strong self-confidence cracked a little. Chapter 493. A million troops. No one had expected that the three strongest experts on the Earth leaderboard would be at each other's throats before the Earth leaderboard even started. None of them were willing to back down. Zhu Zhun was a prince, so it wasn't too bad. What shocked the crowd was Beigong Chun and Bai Tianyun's unyielding attitude towards the fourth prince. Many cultivators were secretly shocked. Looks like there will be a fierce battle in the Earth leaderboard this time. Isn't that obvious? The battle in the Earth leaderboard wasn't that intense last time, but it's different this time. The fourth prince, Zhu Zhun, is the strongest expert in Beiyang country. Judging from Bai Tianyun and Beigong Chun's attitude, it seems like they want to challenge the fourth prince for the number one position. What? Fight for the number one position? As the news spread, many people looked at the three people who were still confronting each other in shock. Based on Bai Tianyun and Beigong Chun's aura, they might really have the intention to challenge the fourth prince. The other young masters and princesses who wanted to get closer were so scared that they didn't dare to get closer. What a joke. They were the three strongest sky prides in Beiyang country. They weren't people they could afford to offend. Haha, Beigong, it seems like fourth prince has met his match this time. Furthermore, it's two opponents at once. The king of Beiyang country sat on the dragon throne in the royal palace. He looked at the royal palace and everything that was happening in the royal palace. That was the power of a martial lord. With a thought, even the wind blowing through the grass in the entire imperial city could not escape the eyes and ears of the Northern Ocean King. The Northern Heavenly King smiled bitterly. This daughter of mine is really troublesome. It's a pity that she was born a girl. Sigh, a daughter isn't bad either. Nurture your daughter well. I have a feeling that one day, our Beiyang country might have an invincible female heavenly king. The king of Beiyang country praised in a tone full of admiration. Then, his majestic body stood up from the dragon throne. Boom! The Northern Ocean Kingdom's ruler who stood up was like a huge dragon that had awakened from its slumber. The might of a martial lord, with the might of a ruler descending upon the world, suppressed the surroundings. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! Feeling the pressure coming from their king, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators outside the palace, as well as the hundreds of thousands of young geniuses waiting to enter the palace, all knelt down and paid their respects to their king. Yi Fei was the same. Even though the North Sea didn't belong to the Northern Ocean country, since they had come to the Northern Ocean country to participate in the Earth Roll competition, they couldn't be exempted from this custom. Get up. All of you are the strongest prodigies in the Northern Sea, but you must know that the Northern Sea is only the weakest country in the Northern region. It is time for us to change. Therefore, we have decided to abolish the distinction between martial kings and martial saints. From now on, the Earth ranking examination will be divided into 3 stages. For the first stage, all of you will do your best to rush into the palace. Those who can make it in will pass the first stage. Those who can't make it in will be eliminated. Soldiers, let's begin. Understood. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble came from inside the palace. Then, the earth shook, the mountains swayed, and the horses neighed. Large groups of armored soldiers and horses surged out of the palace like a tide. 10,000, 100,000, 500,000, 1 million. That's right. What stood in the way of the countless young geniuses was an iron-blooded army of 1 million. Just the murderous aura from their bodies was enough to make many of the spectating cultivators turn pale. Kill. A martial king raised a large banner and stood at the very front. As he raised the banner, the million-strong army let out a loud roar. The sound waves caused the hundreds of thousands of spectating cultivators to retreat in fear. Many people were unable to endure this fear and even began to trample on each other. See? This is the murderous aura of my mighty army of 1 million. As prodigies on the Earth ranking, if you can't even withstand the murderous aura of my mighty army, then you are useless no matter how high your cultivation base is. If you want to become strong and be listed on the Earth ranking, then let me see your courage and guts. Remember, my Earth ranking doesn't want weaklings. The Northern Sea King's indifferent voice came from the palace again. That voice was filled with passion and heroism. Many cultivators couldn't help but feel their blood boil when they heard it, and they roared loudly. Your Majesty, we won't let you down. The Northern Sea King will win. All hail the king. Charge in. I want to become strong. We are not weaklings. Kill. 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 Countless cultivators roared. Regardless of whether they were martial kings or martial saints, they all roared and charged towards the army of 1 million. It's just a motley crew. Soldiers, let these bastards know what true murderous aura is and what the invincible army spirit is. The martial king general raised his hand. The silent, mighty army of 1 million stepped forward at the same time. They unsheathed their weapons and knocked their bows and arrows. It was a scene of a bloody battle. None of the soldiers spoke. They only gripped their weapons and silently advanced. The terrifying pressure and bloody murderous aura had already formed a violent hurricane that swept through the palace. Of the tens of thousands of young geniuses who charged forward, half of them couldn't withstand the murderous aura. They either retreated in fear or miserably retreated from the murderous aura. Some of them were so frightened by the young girls that they started crying on the spot. There was nothing they could do about it. The murderous aura of 1 million soldiers was too strong, without a firm will or a solid martial heart. Even a martial king expert would not be able to withstand this horrifying storm of murderous aura. With every step the army took, hundreds or even thousands of young geniuses screamed and roared in fear as they were pushed back by the murderous aura. There were even more martial kings and martial saints who were unwilling to be mediocre. They were determined to become strong. They roared and charged forward with bloodshot eyes. They tried to break through the blockade of the murderous aura of the 1 million soldiers and charge into the palace. This was not a battle. However, many cultivators felt the horror and cruelty of the battlefield. Yifei slowly withdrew his gaze. He could not help but sigh. The strength of the Northern Sea nation had truly opened his eyes. It had also stimulated his fighting spirit. Senior brother Jing, Luo Shi, do you all have the confidence to charge in together? Yifei licked his lips. Suddenly, his body released an intense, ferocious light. Kill! Jing Wushou roared. Without another word, he charged forward. Rumble! There was another earth-shaking sound. Zhang Dazhuang's body expanded like a small giant. He was the second one to rush up. His body brought with it a huge pressure. It actually pushed aside the surging, killing intent of the million-strong army. Huh, Dazhuang is awesome. With such a good shield, what are we waiting for? Let's charge forward. Long Gang and the other two called out to Yifei. They hid behind Zhang Dazhuang, the meat shield, and easily approached the palace. This is clearly a trick. The 10th prince and the others were flabbergasted. Hee. Sometimes trickery is also a form of strength. When Luo Shi saw Zhang Dazhuang's actions, he suddenly realized something. He roared and released the spirit eagle on his shoulder. Chapter 494. Ascending the ladder, all right. Seeing Luo Shi so confident, Yifei was also quite happy. He was the first to jump onto the back of the spirit eagle, followed by the 10th prince, Shifeng, Qi Chu Chu, and the others. After all, There was no need for them to waste their quintessence if they could enter the palace through trickery. Under Luo Shi's control, the huge spirit eagle flapped its wings and flew into the sky like a warship. It then charged towards the million soldiers in front. Kill! Suddenly seeing such a large, vicious bird flying over, the million soldiers didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. They condensed their killing intent, transforming it into an invisible storm that swept towards the spirit eagle. However, the spirit eagle was born from spiritual energy, so it was extremely sensitive to air currents. Inspired by Zhang Dezhuang, Luo Shi skillfully controlled the spirit eagle and miraculously avoided the storm of killing intent and took the lead to charge into the palace. Even this works? Is there any justice in this world? Why didn't we think of this? The king only told us to charge into the palace. He didn't say that we can't rely on external forces. Which brother wants to come with me? Let's form a team and charge in together. Even martial lord experts feared the murderous aura of 1,000,000 strong soldiers. The cultivators on scene quickly reacted as well. They discovered that power alone could not hold back the attack of the murderous aura. Very soon, a large number of cultivators started to unite, or form teams, or use powerful treasures, and all of them rushed into the palace through the gaps in the army. Even so, there were still a large number of martial kings and martial saints who were unable to withstand the killing intent released by the million soldiers due to their late awakening or their weak wills. 2 hours later, the first round of the Earth ranking examination had ended. There were more than 100,000 cultivators participating in the examination. However, only a little more than 10,000 managed to enter the palace and participate in the second round. In other words, more than 90,000 cultivators had lost the qualifications to continue the examination. The truth was cruel. The Northern Ocean King's expression turned ugly. Even though he had expected this, the Northern Heavenly King could not help but let out a disappointed roar. You all have disappointed me and His Majesty. The Northern Heavenly King's angry sigh came from the depths of the palace. Hearing this sigh, most of the 90,000 cultivators who were blocked outside the palace lowered their heads, especially the martial king realm cultivators. When they saw some martial saints who were weaker than them barely managing to charge into the palace with their strong wills, many of them were so ashamed that they could not show their faces. Some even sat on the ground and wailed. Sighs, shame, and cries could be heard everywhere. Looking at the people outside, Yi Fei was secretly awed. 100,000 warriors had participated in the Earth Roll, and 90% of them had been eliminated in the first round. It could be seen how strict the Earth Roll's assessment was. Let's enter the next round. In the depths of the palace, the Northern Ocean King was expressionless. No one could tell if he was happy, angry, or sad. With a wave of his hand, a towering mountain suddenly appeared in front of the palace's huge square. On top of the mountain, there was an endless stone staircase that snaked into the clouds. This is the second heavenly stage. Yi Fei looked at the steps carefully. He could feel an invisible pressure from the steps. All the cultivators who charged in had grave expressions. Long Gang and the other two stood beside Yi Fei. They pointed at the steps and said to Yi Fei, don't underestimate these steps. 99% of the cultivators in the previous Earth ranking examinations have died here. 99%? This was the first time that Jing Wushou, the 10th prince, and the others had participated in the Earth ranking. When they heard that the elimination rate was so high, they were worried. Yi Fei was the same. However, he knew that there was no need to worry. If he wanted to pass the examination, the heavenly stairs was an obstacle that he had to overcome. While the few of them were talking, countless cultivators could not wait and started to climb the heavenly stairs. The heavenly stairs were long, and they could not see the end. However, the cultivators who were climbing did not shrink back. Many of them had grave expressions on their faces and strong fighting spirit. This time, I must get into the top 100 of the heavenly stairs. Even if I can't get in, I must at least be in the top 200. That's right. Only by getting into the top 200 will we have the qualifications to enter the next round of the examination. We must not give up this opportunity. The cultivators discussed and cheered each other on. They crowded on the heavenly stairs like a tidal wave. However, most of them were silent as they climbed up without saying a word. Yi Fei also followed the crowd and walked up the stone steps of the heavenly stairs. Immediately, he felt an invisible pressure envelop him. This is the gravitational space, and the higher you go, the greater the pressure. Yi Fei, I'll go first. This time, I must rush into the top 10 and catch up to the eldest princess. Qin Bing came to Yi Fei's side and nodded at him. Immediately after, he took large strides and quickly advanced towards the stairway. Yi Fei raised his head and looked. He realized that at some point in time, the cultivators who were climbing the stairway had already started to split up. The weaker ones were resisting the terrifying gravitational pressure and walking up the stairs with great difficulty. The stronger ones, like the fourth prince Zhu Zhen and the eldest princess Beigong Chun, were all taking big strides. Bai Tianyun, in particular, was especially fast. While most people were still lingering at the bottom of the heavenly stairs, Bai Tianyun had already reached the front of the heavenly stairs and attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. Look, it's Bai Tianyun. He has already reached first place. Haha, it's the eldest young master. I knew that the eldest young master would definitely get first place this time and become the top expert of Beiyang country. Look at how arrogant the Bai family is. The heavenly stairs have just begun. They may be first now, but they might not always be first. Humph! Outside the palace, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators gathered. Although they were blocked by the millions of soldiers, they could still see the changes in the rankings of their respective elites through the countless crystal walls outside. When they saw that Bai Tianyun's ranking had surpassed the fourth prince Zhu Zhen and Beigong Chun and was ranked first, the Bai family stewards who came to watch were all haughty and arrogant. This naturally made many people unhappy, who didn't want their family's descendants to obtain a good ranking on the Earth list. Strange, why don't we see young master Ye's name on the list? Du Sanyang and the Flower Fairy were also standing in the crowd, looking at the crystal walls one by one. At first, they thought that with Yi Fei's strength, he should at least be in the top 100. Therefore, they first started searching from the top 100, but they couldn't find Yi Fei's name. Helpless, they looked at the top 200, then the top 1,000, but they still couldn't find Yi Fei's name. Du Sanyang was very surprised. How can this be? Young master Yi didn't even enter the top 1,000. With his strength, this shouldn't be possible. Haha, there's no need to look anymore. The crystal walls of the palace will only show the top 1,000 rankings. Since that North Sea country bumpkin isn't on the list, it proves that he can't even enter the top 1,000. I think you all have made a mistake this time. How can a country bumpkin be a VIP? Humph. Chapter 495. Hundredfold Gravity. The steward's words were harsh, but Third Aunt Du and the Flower Fairy couldn't refute him. After all, it was a fact that Yi Fei didn't enter the top 1,000. They could only pray that Yi Fei would quickly pull himself together and catch up. This country bumpkin can't be. I easily enter the top 100, but that country bumpkin didn't even enter the top 1,000. There was another person on the stairway to heaven who was constantly paying attention to Yi Fei. That was Bai Tianqing. He had been beaten up so badly by Yi Fei that he dreamed of killing Yi Fei. Therefore, he was constantly paying attention to Yi Fei's position. He even planned to ambush Yi Fei on the stairway to heaven. He would join forces with the people around him to push Yi Fei out of the stairway to heaven and completely lose the qualification to enter the next round. In the end, after waiting for a long time, Yi Fei still hadn't caught up. Only when he turned around did he realize that Yi Fei had been left behind in the top 1,000. He was still at the bottom of the stairway to heaven, panting as he climbed up. And what's wrong with Yi Fei? It's just the beginner's stairway. The gravity isn't that strong. Why hasn't he caught up? Is he conserving his strength? Long Gang and the other two also noticed Yi Fei's abnormality. They were secretly anxious and wanted to stop and wait for Yi Fei. Bai Tianqing, who was walking not far away from them, suddenly sneered and said disdainfully, "What else could it be? Don't forget that the stairway to heaven tests talent. The stronger the talent, the easier it is to climb the stairway to heaven. He's just a country bumpkin from the North Sea. Do you expect him to have strong talent?" After saying that, Bai Tianqing quickly walked forward. If he had treated Yi Fei as a rival before, now that he saw that Yi Fei's talent and potential were so bad that he couldn't even enter the top 1,000, he couldn't even be bothered to continue waiting. He might as well focus all his strength and work hard to climb up. Last time, this young master almost entered the top 50. This time, this young master's goal is not the top 50, but the top 20. Long gang, you guys just wait to look up to me. Bai Tianqing's speed was very fast, and his ranking was also rapidly rising. Long Gang and the other two's faces were very ugly. However, this was the stairway to heaven. They couldn't help even if they wanted to. They could only sigh and speed up to catch up with Bai Tianqing. In the depths of the palace, the Northern Heavenly King watched in shock as the Northern Heavenly King used the stairway formation to increase the gravity on Yi Fei from 10 times to 100 times. It had to be known that on the stairway to heaven, everyone initially had to endure 10 times the pressure. This was the first time the Northern Heavenly King had seen someone like Yi Fei, who had to endure 100 times the pressure. This was also the reason why Yi Fei was walking very slowly on the stairway to heaven while the other warriors were moving very quickly. However, at this moment, Yi Fei didn't know that the gravity he was enduring was 10 times more than the others. In addition, every 100 steps on the stairway to heaven would increase the gravity by 10 times. After only 300 steps, Yi Fei was very depressed to discover that the gravity on his body had reached 300 times the pressure. Such a terrifying pressure was enough to crush a rock. Even though Yi Fei had the war demon golden body and his physical defense was incomparably strong, he was still exhausted to the point of gasping for breath. His entire body felt sore. Why is it like this? Clearly, many warriors who are inferior to me can climb the steps effortlessly. Why is it so difficult for me to climb the steps? Could it be that my innate talent and aptitude are too poor? Yi Fei thought to himself. Then, he shook his head in denial. Although I came from an ordinary background, with the undying sword soul and the battle demon golden body, my strength, talent, and aptitude are considered top-notch even in the entire northern region. Since it's not because of my innate talent, could it be that the gravity I'm enduring is different from others? Yi Fei wasn't stupid. When he saw warriors who were inferior to him in terms of strength and talent easily walk past him while he had to exert a Herculean effort to climb each step, Yi Fei immediately sensed that something was wrong. After another 100 steps, the gravity on Yi Fei's body had reached a terrifying 400 times. Yi Fei finally didn't dare to continue climbing. There's definitely something wrong here. A serious look flashed across his face. He knew that if he continued climbing, even if he didn't collapse from exhaustion, he would be crushed by the increasing gravity. Thus, Yi Fei decided not to continue. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and prepared to study the rapidly increasing gravity on his body. Why isn't that kid moving? Could it be that he's given up? In the depths of the imperial palace, the Northern Heavenly King looked at Yi Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the steps. His eyes suddenly flashed with deep disappointment. He had investigated Yi Fei's background and naturally knew that Yi Fei had started out as a low-level warrior and climbed up step by step. Because of this, the Northern Heavenly King had once thought very highly of Yi Fei. But now, it seemed that Yi Fei was no different from those warriors who had given up halfway due to the pressure. It was no wonder that the Northern Heavenly King had misunderstood. In fact, before Yi Fei had sat down on the steps, many other warriors had already sat down on the steps like Yi Fei because they couldn't bear the pressure and had given up on climbing. They had only hoped to use the pressure of the steps to work hard and cultivate. No, he hasn't given up. He must have realized that something is wrong. It seems that the 100-fold gravity still can't suppress him. No wonder that person appeared in the Taishan Holy Land. When the Northern Heavenly King saw Yi Fei's actions, he didn't look disappointed. Instead, he looked even more interested. That person, the Northern Heavenly King, was puzzled. He was the Northern Heavenly King's most trusted confidant, but he didn't know who the Northern Heavenly King was referring to. The Northern Heavenly King had no intention of explaining. After praising Yi Fei, he shook his head and sighed. It's only 400 times the gravity. It's not worth it for such a person to appear. It seems that this kid still has potential to be squeezed out. Beigong, get ready. I plan to activate the highest level of difficulty. What? The highest level of difficulty? The Northern Heavenly King was truly shocked this time. The Earth Roll was an ancient assessment. Of course, it had its own difficulty. At the same time, it could be adjusted. Generally, the Earth Roll used the normal level of difficulty. The highest level of difficulty was rarely used in the entire northern region because there weren't many geniuses in the northern region who could withstand the highest level of difficulty. And now, the Northern Heavenly King was actually going to activate the highest level of difficulty? After recovering from his shock, the Northern Heavenly King didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly ran down and began to make preparations. Boom! The Northern Heavenly King also made his move. Suddenly, a terrifying aura emerged from his body, forming a terrifying hurricane that rushed towards the 1,000th step. The entire imperial palace shook and the crystal walls were extinguished. On the stairway to heaven, the geniuses who were chasing after each other with relaxed expressions suddenly felt as if doomsday had arrived. A huge and terrifying pressure blew towards them, causing them to stagger and retreat. They couldn't withstand this terrifying force at all. Countless geniuses could only watch as they were blown out of the stairway to heaven and lost the right to continue the assessment. King's aura? Father has activated the highest level of difficulty. The fourth prince, Zhu Zhen, was shocked. The highest level of difficulty. It's actually the highest level of difficulty. What's wrong with the king? With this level of difficulty, won't all those below the martial king realm be eliminated? Bai Tianyin's face turned ugly. Humph. So what if it's the highest level of difficulty? I can use it to test my potential. Why should only men be able to become heavenly kings? I, Beigong Chun, must become the first female heavenly king of the Northern Heavenly Kingdom, a female king. Beigong Chun's face was filled with determination. Facing this terrifying pressure, not only did she stabilize her body, she even took a step forward. What a terrifying woman. Chapter 496. An epiphany. Am I going to fail? No, I can't fail. However, the emperor was too powerful. Yi Fei couldn't withstand the 400 times gravity. There were only two paths in front of him. The first was to fall off the stairway to heaven and lose the right to take the test. The second was to do everything he could to obtain the right to stay on the stairway to heaven, even if this right meant that he would be last on the stairway to heaven. Suddenly, Yi Fei made a decision. He roared and pushed the battle demon golden body to its limit. He took a step forward, and this step allowed Yi Fei to stabilize himself at the edge of the stairway to heaven. However, right at that moment, an aura that harbored ill intentions rapidly approached him. Yi Fei, be careful. Qin Binglong Gang and the others were so angry that their eyes turned red. Bai Tiansheng was too despicable. It turned out that Bai Tiansheng had been blown to the edge of the stairway to heaven by the Northern Ocean King's monarch aura and had almost fallen down. We saw that Yi Fei had stabilized himself and was standing beside him. A fierce look flashed across Bai Tiansheng's face. You North Sea country bumpkins don't have the right to take part in the Earth Roll. Yi Fei, I will let you know the consequences of offending me. Whoosh! Before Yi Fei could stabilize himself at the edge of the stairway to heaven, Bai Tiansheng pretended that he couldn't withstand the emperor's pressure and deliberately bumped into Yi Fei. If Bai Tiansheng really bumped into Yi Fei, he would definitely be knocked off the stairway to heaven. Sensing Bai Tiansheng's intention, Yi Fei's face flashed with anger. What a despicable dog. Haha, I am despicable. What can a country bumpkin like you do to me? Remember, this is the imperial capital. Only a genius like me can stand on the stairway to heaven. As for country bumpkins like you, you're only fit to stand at the bottom of the stairway and envy us." Bam! Bai Tianqing was very fast. He was very confident that with Yi Fei maintaining his balance, there was no way he could dodge his attack. In fact, Yi Fei didn't even need to dodge. Seeing Bai Tianqing charging over, Yi Fei only had 4 people in his mouth. That meant he was overestimating himself. Void steps. Yi Fei let out a low growl. Suddenly, he tore apart the void with his bare hands. With a step, he suddenly appeared behind Bai Tianqing from the edge of the stairway to heaven. "No, Yi Fei, this young master wants you to die a horrible death." Bai Tianqing did not hit Yi Fei with his full force. Instead, he hit the air and his center of gravity became unstable. What was even more tragic was that Bai Tianqing did not have Yi Fei's footwork that allowed him to switch positions in the air. Then he heard a bang. Bai Tianqing, who was originally standing at the edge of the stairway, screamed in anger and unwillingness as he fell from the stairway. He was completely disqualified from the competition. According to Bai Tianqing's original realm, it was entirely possible for him to rank in the top 100 on the stairway to heaven. However, due to his carelessness this time, Bai Tianqing was not even qualified to enter the bottom 1,000, let alone the top 100. On the crystal wall outside the palace, the Bai family saw Bai Tianqing's ranking drop rapidly from the top 100 like a comet. Then, he completely fell out of the top 1,000. Similarly, on the crystal wall, Yi Fei's name also shot up from the bottom 1,000 to the top 1,000. He was also the last on the stairway to heaven. Bai Tianqing, who had fallen out of the stairway to heaven, was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood 3 meters away. "Yi Fei!" he roared angrily. However, Yi Fei did not even look at Bai Tianqing. This person had brought this upon himself. If he had the time to care about Bai Tianqing's provocation, he might as well spend it thinking about how to deal with the increasing pressure on his body. Boom! The pressure on the most difficult stairway to heaven increased with every breath. The top 1,000 martial artists who were still on the stairway to heaven all had grave expressions on their faces. The 4th prince, Zhu Zhen, raised his head and looked at Bai Gongchun. "Bai Gongchun, the pressure on the most difficult stairway to heaven will double with every breath. Let's not hold back and use this stairway to determine the winner." That's exactly what I was thinking. Bai Gongchun did not say anything. He just continued to climb towards the top of the stairway to heaven with firm steps. This also made Bai Tianqing, who was ignored, extremely angry. He clenched his fists and his expression was ferocious. "Zhu Zhen, Bai Gongchun, you will pay the price for looking down on me." Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from Bai Tianqing's body, causing his speed to become even faster than before. He would not allow anyone to take his first place away from him. "I, Bai Tianqing, am destined to obtain the first place on the Earth ranking this time." "First place? We think you are dreaming." Other than Bai Tianqing, who started to exert his strength, the experts above the 6th Martial King realm on the stairway to heaven also started to exert their full strength, chasing each other up the stairway to heaven. At the bottom of the stairway, Yi Fei was gasping for breath. He stared at the long stairway and felt depressed. There is definitely something wrong with this stairway to heaven. Didn't they say that the gravity would double with every breath? Why is it 10 times heavier with me? If this continues, it will be a miracle if I can even reach the halfway point, let alone catch up with Bai Gongchun and the others. Therefore, Yi Fei would definitely not climb this stairway to heaven easily before he solved the strange pressure on his body. Therefore, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, just as the thousands of martial artists were chasing each other up the stairway to heaven with all their might, Yi Fei actually sat down with his legs crossed and started to carefully observe the stairway to heaven. He also observed every movement and change of the martial artists on the stairway to heaven. Yi Fei's performance immediately attracted the attention of many eliminated martial artists. Of course, they could see that Yi Fei's strength was at the 6th Martial King realm. With such a powerful strength, He should be at the forefront of the team. Why was Yi Fei at the bottom of the stairway to heaven? Has this person already given up? That's possible. The stairway to heaven tests a person's talent. This person may be very powerful, but his talent may be very poor, so he has lost the courage and confidence to continue climbing. These eliminated martial artists did not leave. Instead, they stood below and pointed at Yi Fei. Many of them cast disdainful looks at him. With such a powerful strength, he actually lost the courage to climb the stairway to heaven. This North Sea country bumpkin is simply a disgrace to us martial artists. He is the scum of the North Sea. Bai Tianxing also stood in the crowd and stared at Yi Fei with resentment. Yi Fei had caused him to lose the qualification to continue the assessment. He would continue to smear Yi Fei and make Yi Fei lose his reputation. Hearing Bai Tianxing's words, many martial artists nodded in agreement. They could not help but join Bai Tianxing in pointing at Yi Fei and cursing him. These people had tried their best to get a chance to climb the stairway to heaven, but failed. In the end, this guy actually wasted this chance. How could they not be angry? Hearing these unpleasant insults, the faces of Jing Wushou and the others, who had also been eliminated, changed. Jing Wushou said angrily, "What is Junior Brother you doing? I don't believe that with his character, a stairway to heaven can defeat him. Senior Brother Jing, don't be agitated. We know Yi Fei better than anyone else. If he doesn't have the courage to climb the stairway to heaven, then this is a joke." The 10th Prince and the others shook their heads. However, even they could not see why Yi Fei was sitting on the stairway without moving. Chapter 497. Climbing again. Sanyang and the Flower Fairy were delighted when they saw that Yi Fei's ranking had finally reached the top 1,000. However, Bai Tianxing, who had been thought highly of, had actually performed abnormally and lost the right to take the test. This made many people, who had secretly placed bets on the Bai brothers, curse at them. If it hadn't been for the army in front of them, these martial artists, who had lost so much, would have rushed in and thrown rotten eggs at Bai Tianxing. The stewards of the Bai family wanted to divert everyone's attention. The best way was to belittle Yi Fei and trample Yi Fei to the ground. A steward of the Bai family suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! It's only the top 1,000. Look at how happy you are. I'm afraid you don't know that the North Sea country bumpkin was only lucky enough to stay on the stairway to heaven." Oomph. So what if he stayed on the stairway to heaven? He was still scared out of his wits and only knows how to sit on the stairway to heaven to cultivate. Does he have the courage to climb the stairway to heaven like our young master? Even if our young master fails, it will be an honorable defeat. The North Sea country bumpkin you are supporting is just a coward. Another steward of the Bai family mocked viciously. However, before this person could finish speaking, there was a loud boom. Flames suddenly erupted from this steward's body. Another steward, who had been insulting Yi Fei, had a terrified expression on his face as he was instantly frozen into ice. At the same time, a cold figure appeared at the betting area of the underground gambling house. 10 million spirit crystals. I bet that Yi Fei will take first place. 10 million? Why would she place such a bet on a nobody? The people of the gambling house wondered if this woman had gone crazy. However, when they sensed her extremely terrifying aura and the extremely cold gaze under her veil, the banker didn't dare say anything. "Yes, senior. 10 million on Yi Fei's victory. As for the odds, let's set it at 100. Clearly, in the banker's opinion, a nobody like Yi Fei had basically zero chance of taking first place. The cold woman didn't say anything. She threw down the money and turned to leave. However, not long after she left, a little lowly with pigtails and a spirit melon walked in. "Hey, I heard that you guys started gambling. Have the odd for Yi Fei come out? Let's start with 1,000. Forget it. 50 million spirit crystals. I'll bet on him." After the lowly finished speaking, she continued chewing on the spirit melon. She ran to look at the rankings. The boss of the gambling house was left in a daze. At this moment, Yi Fei had no idea how many people's hearts had been shaken by the change in his ranking. He was still as he was still he was. Is this the heaven-earth ranking stage? Of the rank, the ranking was the heaven-earth ranking stage star. That was the star heaven-earth above. At the end of the day, this was the Earth Board assessment, and it was a test of talent. Yi Fei's talent was already second-grade heaven class, which was enough to crush most of the people present. Even without using the immortal sword soul, Yi Fei could rely on his talent and comprehension to discover some clues from the stairway to heaven. I see. No wonder the pressure on my body is so heavy. There's actually a will that's locked onto my body. It's even formed a force that's suppressing my strength. If I don't get rid of this force, I won't be able to climb the stairway to heaven smoothly. But what should I do to get rid of this force? Yi Fei's expression was grave as he sensed the terrifying force that enveloped his body. It was also this force that was constantly increasing the pressure on his body. After a period of accumulation, the pressure on Yi Fei had increased from 400 times to 800 times. This kind of gravity was enough to crush an ordinary martial king to death. Yi Fei was only barely able to withstand it by relying on the battle demon golden body. However, Yi Fei knew that he couldn't wait any longer. The longer he waited, the greater the pressure on his body would be. Devouring sword intent, heaven sealing sword. Yi Fei roared in his heart as he suddenly stood up from the stairway. He couldn't just sit there and wait for his death. He had to use all his means to get rid of this invisible force that was suppressing him. Use martial arts? This country bumpkin is probably crazy. This is an assessment, not a martial arts competition. There's not even an enemy. What's the point of him using martial arts? Bai Tianqing's face was full of disdain. Many cultivators also looked at Yi Fei with ridicule. They all thought that Yi Fei was desperate and had lost his composure. At the front of the stairway, Bai Tianqing sensed Yi Fei's martial intent, and a disdainful sneer flashed across his lips. Looks like I overestimated this person. He lost his composure after a little setback. This kind of person isn't worthy of being my opponent. However, the Bai brothers didn't see how shocked the Northern Heavenly King was when he realized that Yi Fei was actually using martial arts on the stairway to heaven. There was even a hint of horror. How is this possible? Could this kid have sensed it? But that's impossible. The king's force has already perfectly merged with the stairway to heaven. How could he have sensed it? Good kid. With such talent and such comprehension, I finally understand what's going on. However, even if you can sense it, you might not be able to block it. I'll test you again. The Northern Heavenly King's gaze was fixed on Yi Fei. When Yi Fei used martial arts, the Northern Heavenly King snorted coldly. Boom! The terrifying king's force was like a roaring dragon that rushed down from the end of the stairway to heaven. The faces of the many cultivators who were still climbing up the stairway to heaven changed drastically. That terrifying aura appeared once again. Last time, this terrifying aura eliminated 9,000 cultivators out of 10,000. How many people would be eliminated this time? No, I can't be eliminated. I'm carrying the hopes of my entire family. Bai Tianqing roared. Not only did he not retreat, but he also took large strides forward. What's wrong with father? He actually used the king's force twice in a row. Does father not want me to reach the top of the stairway? Does he not think that I'll succeed the throne? The fourth prince, Zhu Zhen, was enraged when he thought of the disappointment in the Northern Heavenly King's eyes every time he looked at him. Roar! Zhu Zhen roared. He took one step after another, almost crushing the stairs. However, even though he was fast, Beigong Chun was faster. Despite the terrifying pressure, her body trembled and her face turned pale, but Beigong Chun still took one step at a time. She didn't admit defeat and maintained the same position as Zhu Zhen and Bai Tianyan. No one was willing to take a step back. In an instant, the three of them became the focus of everyone's attention. In the end, Yi Fei was completely reduced to a foil for the three of them. However, at this moment, Yi Fei moved. The devouring black hole above his head moved his sword fingers and activated the sky-sealing sword. Layers of sword vortexes appeared in front of Yi Fei and slashed in all directions. Boom! The stairway to heaven shook slightly. However, attracted by Tianqing and the other two, only a small number of people were concerned about Yi Fei. They were pleasantly surprised to find that under the terrifying king's force, Yi Fei was not suppressed this time. Instead, he took large strides forward. His speed was getting faster and faster. Chapter 498. The last step at this moment, everyone's attention was on Zhu Zhen by Tianyun and Bei Gongchun. No one noticed that Yi Fei, who had lost the courage to climb the stairway to heaven, was running up the stairway to heaven with quick steps. Oh my God! How is it possible to run up the stairway to heaven? Who is this person? Why didn't we notice him before? Damn it, he was so close. The stairway to heaven is too difficult this time. Why is this guy, who is ranked last, not affected by the gravity of the stairway to heaven? He's actually running up the stairway to heaven. Some warriors who couldn't withstand the sovereign king's force fell down the stairway to heaven and saw this scene. They were so depressed that they vomited blood on the spot. They felt that their confidence had been dealt a heavy blow. The person who was ranked last ran to the front. They who thought that they were geniuses were pushed down the stairway to heaven. It was simply humiliating. Impossible if that country bumpkin. Damn it. How can he run up the stairway to heaven? He must have cheated. Even my big brother, Bai Tianyun, doesn't have this ability. Finally, Bai Tianyun also noticed Yi Fei's figure running up the stairway to heaven. He broke through the inexplicable force on his body. Under the pressure of the stairway to heaven, under Yi Fei's heaven-ranked second-grade talent and wore demon golden body, there was no pressure at all. So what if it was 10 times the gravity? So what if it was 100 times the gravity? Even if it was 200 times or 300 times, as long as it didn't exceed the limit of 400 times. The gravity of the stairway to heaven didn't exist for Yi Fei at all. Damn, isn't that Yi Fei? Is this guy on drugs? He's actually running up the stairway to heaven. My eyes must be playing tricks on me. Da Zhuang, wake me up quickly. At this moment, Long Gang, Zhang Dazhuang, and Cheng Ming had already fallen down the stairway to heaven. They were no longer under pressure. Of course, they also saw Yi Fei's figure that was comparable to cheating. Long Gang was shocked on the spot. Hearing Long Gang's request, Zhang Dazhuang immediately kicked Long Gang more than 10 meters away. Yeah, I really kicked him out. Zhang Dazhuang, am not dreaming. Zhang Dazhuang, you and I are irreconcilable. Long Gang did not expect Zhang Dazhuang to kick him. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. But they still couldn't help but turn their heads to look at Yi Fei's figure in shock. Not far away, Jing Wushou, the 10th prince, and the others' jaws dropped. One had to know that the higher one went on the stairway to heaven, the more terrifying the gravitational suppression would be. If the stairway to heaven was divided into 4 stages. At the bottom of the stairs, the highest gravity was 100 times, and then it increased in order. It was 200 times, 300 times, and 400 times the maximum gravity at the end of the stairs. For example, during the day, Yun Zhuzhen and Bei Gongchun were fighting for 300 times the area, while Qin Bing and the other young masters and young mistresses were fighting for 200 times the area. But no matter who it was, the rankings they were competing for were all steps at a time. They had to carefully climb up. Like Yi Fei, who didn't even pant as he ran straight up the stairs, it was as exaggerated as it could get. Not to mention Long Gang and the others who were shocked. Anyone who saw this scene could not speak a complete sentence. What is going on? Didn't he lose the courage to climb the stairway to heaven? Scram! How can a person who has lost his courage run up the stairway to heaven like this? If you have the ability, go up and show us. He's running so fast now. Wait until he reaches the area with 200 times the gravity. He'll suffer. Maybe he'll be eliminated immediately. Some martial artists were looking forward to the moment when Yi Fei couldn't run anymore and fell. But this person soon felt what it meant to be slapped in the face. Because he had reached the area with 200 times the gravity, Although Yi Fei's speed had decreased, he still rushed out like a gust of wind. Boom! This scene shocked everyone inside and outside the palace. On the crystal wall, Yi Fei's last place ranking rose from the 1,000th place to the 4th place at lightning speed. 4th place? How is it possible? Can that country bumpkin really do it? The stewards of the Bai family, who had been ridiculing Yi Fei and arguing with Du Sanyang and the Flower Fairy, were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Of course, there were 2 fewer stewards of the Bai family because 2 of them had been inexplicably burned to death, and one of them had suddenly been frozen to death. Because they couldn't find a culprit, everyone believed that these 2 had done too many bad things and suffered retribution. This made the other stewards of the Bai family so angry that they vomited blood. Inside the palace, when Bai Tiancheng saw that Yi Fei had managed to reach the 4th position in a single breath, he could no longer remain calm. As he yelled, "Cheating! That country bumpkin must be cheating. That's the 300 times gravity zone. Even a 9th layer martial Emperor realm expert would feel a great pressure. That country bumpkin is only a 6th layer martial Emperor realm expert. How could he possibly cheat? How could he run up there?" Everyone looked and saw that it was true. The pressure of 300 times the gravity was enough to crush a martial king into powder. If one was not a true genius, one would not have the courage to climb it. However, Yi Fei still dared to run up there. It was just that his speed had changed from a fast run to a slow jog. Oh no, this Yi Fei. Is he trying to catch up with the 4th prince and the other 2 and compete for the 1st place? What? Compete for the 1st place? He's just a 6th-stage martial king kid? Sensing Yi Fei's intention to rush up so quickly, many cultivators were shocked. In front of the stairway, Bai Tiancheng, Zhu Zhen, and Bai Gongchun looked at Yi Fei in disbelief. "It's you. You're just a mortal. How can you catch up with us geniuses? Get down. What people like you should do is to stand on the ground, look up at us, and worship us." Bai Tiancheng shouted angrily. If it weren't for the fact that fighting was prohibited on the stairway, he would have had the urge to kill Yi Fei. 6th-stage martial king. Interesting. However, with your strength, you're still far from being able to compete for the 1st place. The 1st place of the Earth board will always belong to me. Zhu Zhen. Zhu Zhen roared. Suddenly, he used all his strength and started to speed up towards the last step. Zhu Zhen already felt great pressure from Bai Tiancheng and Bai Gongchun's pursuit. At this moment, he would not allow himself to be defeated by someone who was weaker than him. You want to compete for the 1st place? Have you asked for my permission? Today, I'll tell the world that we women can also rule the world and have great power. Bai Gongchun shouted coldly. She took a deep look at Yi Fei and suddenly used all her strength to speed up and rush forward. At this moment, both of them had reached the peak of LV9 Martial King. They were only one step away from breaking through to LV10 Martial King. This scene made Bai Tiancheng's expression change greatly. He did not expect Zhu Zhen and Bai Gongchun to be hiding their strength. In front of them, his LV9 Martial King cultivation was not enough. However, Bai Tiancheng was not discouraged. After all, Zhu Zhen and Bai Gongchun were more talented than him. As long as they could maintain their 3rd place, Bai Tiancheng could accept it. The only thing that Bai Tiancheng could not accept was that Yi Fei's ranking was lower than his. Chapter 499. Unstoppable. Bai Tianyun's face was full of arrogance. In his eyes, there were only 2 people in the entire Baiyang country that he could take seriously. One was the 4th prince, Zhu Zhen, and the other was Bai Gongchun. Other than these 2, the other young masters and young ladies of the Heavenly King's residence were like air in Bai Tianyun's eyes. People like Yi Fei, who came from the remote and backward North Sea, were like impurities in the air. He didn't even want to look at them. "Scram, before I get angry. Scram to the position that belongs to you," Bai Tianyun shouted. He was surrounded by clouds, making him look like an immortal in the clouds, inviolable. Bai Tianyun also played a little trick here. Although the stairway to heaven didn't allow fighting and attacking each other. It didn't say that one couldn't use one's martial aura. Therefore, Bai Tianyun sinisterly released his aura of a martial king realm LV9. According to his plan, even if Yi Fei somehow cheated and broke into the 300 times gravity space that only true sky prides like them could enter, Yi Fei must have used all his strength. At this time, Bai Tianyun didn't even need to attack Yi Fei. As long as he released his aura, Yi Fei would definitely be forced to retreat. If things went wrong, Yi Fei might even be injured and lose the qualification to fight for the top 4. Boom! A mountain-crushing pressure was released from Bai Tianyun's body. He stood a few steps higher than Yi Fei and looked down at Yi Fei with disdain, ridicule, and disdain. The aura of a martial king realm LV9 and his powerful talent were the reasons for Bai Tianyun's arrogance. Sensing Bai Tianyun's evil intentions, Yi Fei didn't say anything. He only smiled. His smile was indifferent and cold. Genius? Mortal? Unfortunately, there are no geniuses or mortals at the peak of martial arts. There is no nobility or lowly. There is only belief, victory, and defeat. If you say that I can't enter, then I can't. Bai Tianyun, who do you think you are? Boom! Taking a step forward, Yi Fei ignored Bai Tianyun's warning and strode forward, brushing past Bai Tianyun again. At such a close distance, Yi Fei could clearly see Bai Tianyun's extremely ugly and gloomy expression. I will never allow a mortal like you to surpass a genius like me. Scram! Bai Tianyun enunciated each word clearly. The clouds around him finally formed a huge pressure that crushed towards Yi Fei. Not good, Bai Tianyun still made a move. Oomph! It looks like Yi Fei's climb has come to an end. Bai Tianyun's movements were very secretive. Other than Bai Gongchun and Zhu Zhun, no one else noticed Bai Tianyun's movements. However, Bai Gongchun and Zhu Zhun did not expose Bai Yintian. The two of them did not have the ability to do so. At this moment, they were staring at the last few steps, trying their best to climb up. Right at this moment, suddenly, an astonishing pressure came from behind them. Yi Fei was enraged by Bai Tianyun's sneak attack. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If you offend me, I will return the favor tenfold. Yi Fei did not say anything in the face of Bai Tianyun's sinister sneak attack. He only sneered and released his own aura. Unlike Bai Tianyun's martial aura, Yi Fei released a completely different kind of physical aura. This was the aura of the war demon. The ancient war demon fought against the heavens and the earth, slaying gods and demons. It was fearless and unstoppable. Once the war demon appeared, heaven and earth would tremble and gods and demons would tremble in fear. Although Yi Fei did not have a billionth of the ancient war demon's aura, he was still walking the path of the war demon. The competition this time was not a competition of cultivation realms or martial skills, but talent and aura. In terms of talent, Yi Fei was a second-grade Tian-ranked martial artist. In terms of aura, the defense of the war demon golden body could even withstand the attack of a 10th-grade martial king. Not to mention Bai Tianyun, who was only an early-stage 9th-grade martial king. A 9th-grade martial king is just SOSO. Bai Tianyun, since you want to trick me, don't blame me for doing the same to you. Yi Fei's face was cold. The two of them, who were originally standing on the same step, suddenly separated. Yi Fei took large strides forward. His footsteps were so heavy that they seemed to be able to flatten a mountain. He quickly rushed towards Zhu Zhun and Bai Gongchun in front of him. Ever since he decided to participate in the Earth ranking, Yi Fei only had one goal in mind, and that was to get first place. As for Bai Tianyun, who was blocking his way, in Yi Fei's eyes, he was just a stepping stone. No, Yi Fei, I won't let you off, you despicable man. Roar. Bai Tianyun's angry roar came from behind Yi Fei. Yi Fei could withstand his martial aura, but Bai Tianyun could not withstand Yi Fei's war demon aura. After all, this was not a competition of martial skills, but a competition of talent. With Yi Fei's second-grade heaven-ranked talent, he could be considered one of the top in the entire northern region. How could Bai Tianyun, who was only a 10th-grade Earth-ranked talent, be able to withstand it? The result of his secret competition with Yi Fei was that nothing happened to Yi Fei and he continued to move forward. However, Bai Tianyun was knocked around by Yi Fei's aura. His feet were careless, and he left the steps. His entire body was instantly suppressed by 300 times the gravity, and he was thrown off the sky stairway, completely losing the qualifications to participate in the assessment. Bai Tianyun roared in anger. His entire body was about to explode from anger. At the bottom of the steps, the tens of thousands of spectators were also in an uproar. This result was too unexpected. Bai Tianyun, who was ranked third on the Earth ranking, actually accidentally lost his footing and fell off the sky stairway. He couldn't even pass the second stage of the Earth ranking. How could this be? Bai Tianyun actually failed to intercept him and even got tricked instead? The fourth prince, Zhu Zhen, was very shocked. For the first time, he turned around and looked seriously at Yi Fei. Bei Gongchun also turned around and couldn't help but size up Yi Fei, who had overtaken Bai Tianyun and caught up to them. Then, both of their expressions became extremely shocked and ugly. How could this be? They saw that Yi Fei had walked to the middle of the gravity zone, which was the area with 350 times the gravity, but he was still walking as if he was flying. He quickly closed the distance between the two of them. 10 steps, 7 steps, 6 steps, 3 steps. Eldest princess, long time no see. Finally, Yi Fei walked up the same steps as Zhu Zhen and Bei Gongchun. Before the two of them could speak, Yi Fei took another step forward and overtook them. He continued to rush to the last step at his fastest speed. Of course, at this moment, Yi Fei's figure was also very difficult. After all, the closer he was to the limit of 400 times the gravity, the closer he was to the limit. However, Yi Fei didn't turn around. He still gritted his teeth and strode forward. This scene also shocked everyone. No, the fourth prince, Zhu Zhen, and eldest princess, Bei Gongchun, both let out angry and unwilling roars. The two of them gave up on competing with each other at the same time. They only wanted to use their strongest strength to catch up to Yi Fei. However, what made them despair was that all they could see was Yi Fei's back and Yi Fei's resplendent figure as he stepped onto the last step of the sky stairway. Clang! Chapter 500. Revealing talent. Hearing the melodious sound of the bell, the hundreds of thousands of warriors and millions of soldiers fell silent. Everyone looked up at the high steps. At this moment, there were a total of 3 imposing figures on the steps, clearly appearing in front of everyone's eyes. There was no need to look at the ranking on the crystal wall. Everyone's gazes subconsciously looked towards the sky, towards the 3 imposing figures. It was the figure of 2 men and a woman. That woman must be eldest sister. Strange, why is eldest sister only third? Bei Gongyu and Bei Gonglei were shocked. They couldn't believe that Bei Gongchun, who was more powerful than a man and more revered than their father, had only taken 3rd place this time. That second figure seems to be 4th Prince Zhu Zhen. How is that possible? Zhu Zhen is the strongest among the princes and the #1 expert of Beiyang Kingdom. How is he only ranked 2nd this time? Damn it, who is 1st? Because Yi Fei's figure in the sky was too dazzling and resplendent, so much so that it even overshadowed the words on the crystal wall. The martial practitioners outside the palace could only vaguely discern who the 3 figures were through their vague appearances. Could be Bai Tianyun. Seeing that Zhu Zhen and Bei Gongchun had been recognized, many people subconsciously thought of Bai Tianyun. After all, Bai Tianyun was the #3 expert of Beiyang Kingdom in the past. At the beginning of the stairway to heaven, he had occupied the 1st place for a long time. There's no need to look. It must be our eldest young master who took 1st place on the stairway to heaven and became the #1 expert of Beiyang Kingdom. The heavens bless the Bai family. Long live the Bai family. Long live the eldest young master. The stewards of the Bai family cheered proudly and arrogantly. Originally, they were a little depressed because 2 of their stewards had died inexplicably. Now that they saw Bai Tianyun win 1st place, their mood became better. Sanyang, why does that figure look a little like young Master Yi? The flower fairy narrowed her eyes and looked at the sky. Her expression suddenly became a little strange. After her reminder, third Aunt Du took a closer look. It really did look 70 to 80% similar to young Master Ye's figure. Could it be that the winner is Yi Fei? Third Aunt Du could not help but exclaim. Her voice quickly attracted the attention of many martial artists. It's the fairies of the Flower Fairy Palace. They actually support Yi Fei? Who is Yi Fei? Is there such a genius in our Beiyang country? Why have I never heard of him? A warrior began discussing in a low voice. The cheering stewards of the Bai family all had ugly expressions. They angrily shouted at the Flower Fairy Palace. Shut up. You women have long hair, but short eyes. The one who won was clearly our young master. Everyone stop asking. That Yi Fei is just a country bumpkin from the North Sea. He has neither status nor strength. If he can win, all of us here are willing to kneel down and kowtow to these women in apology. Another steward of the Bai family stood up and spoke with incomparable confidence. At the same time, he also disdained Yi Fei. Seeing the steward of the Bai family speak so confidently, the other martial artists nodded one after another. In their opinion, compared to the unknown Yi Fei, Bai Tianyin had a greater chance of winning. No, third aunt, it really is young Master Yi who won. Look at the name on the crystal wall. The flower fairy could not hold back her curiosity. Ignoring the danger, she passed through the millions of soldiers and personally ran to the crystal wall. She raised her head to look at the large golden words on the wall. The winner is indeed Yi Fei. After all, the Earth Roll rankings were of great importance. The hundreds of Martial King generals in charge of the soldiers did not stop the Flower Fairy this time. Instead, they also gathered under the crystal wall and looked up with narrowed eyes. Indeed, they discovered that Yi Fei's name had already rushed to first place. Second place was Zhu Zhen, and third place was Beigong Chun. As for Bai Tianyin, who countless martial artists had high hopes for, the dozens of stewards of the Bai family were stunned. They searched from beginning to end, but could not find Bai Tianyin's name. Eldest young master actually failed. What? The two brothers of the Bai family are so unlucky this year. They didn't even pass the second round of the Earth Roll. It's over. I used half of my wealth to bet on Bai Tianyin's victory. I've really lost everything this time. I'm going to beat these dogs of the Bai family to death. Who asked you to boast? Who asked you to make me lose half of my wealth? In an instant, countless martial artists whose eyes were red with anger roared. Without waiting for the fairies of the Flower Fairy Palace to do anything, they had already rushed forward and beaten up the stewards of the Bai family. Inside the palace, the defeated Bai Tianyin's expression was extremely ugly. He was an expert in the top 3 of the Earth Roll, but he actually failed to pass the second round and became a laughingstock. He could not accept it. Zhu Zhen and Beigong Chun were also unable to accept this fact. If Yi Fei was also a 9th-level martial king, then it would be fine. Most importantly, Yi Fei was only a 6th-level martial king, but he was able to surpass all of them and obtain first place. This made them feel extremely uncomfortable. Cheating. This country bumpkin must have cheated. Your Majesty, with my brother's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to obtain first place on the Earth Roll. He was framed by this country bumpkin just now, so he fell down the stairway to heaven. Your Majesty, please thoroughly investigate this Yi Fei and give my brother justice. Bai Tianyin suddenly roared. He even walked out of the crowd and knelt down deep inside the palace. Influenced by Bai Tianyin, many other martial artists who were unwilling to accept the result also started to make a fuss. Yes, the Yi Fei must have cheated. How could anyone run so fast on the stairway to heaven? Humph, he's only a 6th-level martial king. How could he have defeated Zhu Zhen and Beigong Chun? Other than cheating, we can't think of any other reason. I see. This Yi Fei framed Bai Tianyin and purposely defeated him. Your Majesty, please punish this scum severely. Whoosh! Out of the 10,000 martial artists present, a total of 9,000 of them knelt down on the spot and pleaded loudly. The crowd was simply stirred up. Bai Tianyan's eyes were red as he stood out loudly. He pointed at Yi Fei and roared, "Yi Fei, you despicable person. If you have the guts, fight with me now." "You want to fight with me?" Rumble. Yi Fei executed the great void steps and instantly appeared in front of Bai Tianyun from the stairway to heaven. Such a terrifying speed immediately gave many martial artists a fright. A trace of fear flashed across Bai Tianyun's face. However, he soon remembered that he was a 9th-level martial king. If they were to fight, he could definitely torture Yi Fei to death. "That's right. I want to fight with you again. This time, there's no stairway to heaven. I want to see how you cheat." Bai Tianyun's face was filled with arrogance as he stared coldly and disdainfully at Yi Fei. Thinking of Bai Tianyun's despicable means on the stairway to heaven, Yi Fei's face was filled with anger. He took another step forward and said, "Fine, since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. You're only a 9th-level martial king. How great do you think you are?" "Everyone stop. This is the Earth ranking examination. It's not a place where you can behave atrociously. Bai Tianyun, since you failed the examination, leave quickly. Don't affect the 3rd stage of the examination." Inside the palace, the Northern Heavenly King's angry voice suddenly rang out. The anger of the Heavenly King instantly scared the martial artists who were still angry, and they all became silent. Bai Tianyun's eyes were red as he faced the palace and knelt down loudly. "Your Majesty, I refuse to accept this. I'm a genius. If he didn't cheat, how could we, the geniuses, lose to a mortal, a country bumpkin from the North Sea?" "Yes, he cheated. Yi Fei must have cheated. Your Majesty, we refuse to accept this. This examination is unfair." Bai Tianyun also led a group of martial artists and started to cry again. They cried so miserably that it was truly heartbreaking. Yi Fei was speechless. Isn't this group of people too stupid? They actually used the Bai brothers like this. His face turned cold as he stared at Bai Tianyun and sneered. "Bai Tianyun, how dare you call yourselves geniuses? Fine, today I'll let you know what a true genius is." Chapter 501. Heavenly King blocks the way boom. A resplendent purple halo circled around him. Yi Fei knew that if he didn't show some of his strength, the 10,000 young experts before him wouldn't be convinced. Thus, he decided to unleash his innate talent. Of course, Yi Fei also held back. He only unleashed his 1st-grade heaven class innate talent. Even so, when they saw Yi Fei's terrifying innate talent, the 10,000 martial artists, who were still unconvinced, fell silent on the spot. After more than a minute, some of the martial artists couldn't help but cry out in fear. "Heaven, 1st-grade heaven class, innate talent. Damn it, I should have known." The most important thing about the stairway to heaven is to assess one's innate talent. Yi Fei can run so easily on the stairway to heaven. Without a heaven class innate talent, it's impossible. The 4th prince, Zhu Zhen, gritted his teeth. The unwillingness and anger on his face turned into deep depression. Bei Gongchun was also depressed. She looked at Yi Fei and suddenly revealed a bitter smile. "We have indeed lost this battle. We have lost wholeheartedly. However, so what if he has a heaven-class innate talent? When our body constitution and bloodline matures, our innate talent might not lose to his in the future. That's right. With our special body constitutions, we will definitely surpass him in the future." Zhu Zhen was a prince of a big country after all. After feeling depressed, he immediately regained his fighting spirit. "Heaven class? How can it be heaven class? Aren't all of you from the North Sea country bumpkins?" Bai Tianqing was scared silly. Yi Fei couldn't be bothered with such a snobbish person. He only looked coldly at Bai Tianqing and said sarcastically, "How is it? Great prodigy, Bai? Now, there's one thing you're right about. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not qualified to be compared to a great prodigy like you. You're simply not worthy." Slap. Hearing Yi Fei's words, Bai Tianqing suddenly felt as if he had been slapped hard on the face. He was so jealous that he couldn't help but take a step back. especially when Yi Fei kept calling him a great prodigy and a great prodigy. Bai Tianqing's face turned ashen, and he almost vomited blood. Never in his dreams did he expect that the ordinary person he looked down on would have a true innate talent that was enough to crush him. However, the more Yi Fei's words, the more Bai Tianqing's words, the more Bai Tianqing, the more he was more determined to kill Yi Fei. He shouted, "Yi Fei, so what if your innate talent is? It's a fact that you plotted against me on the stairway to heaven. Just because of this, I still want to fight you. If you're a man, don't back down." "Enough, Bai Tianyan. You know very well who was the one who plotted against whom on the stairway to heaven. I will not care about your fight with Yi Fei. However, since you have lost the qualification to take the test, then get out of my palace." Boom! The king of the Northern Ocean finally spoke. His tone was cold and angry. Bai Tianqing's actions on the stairway to heaven were hidden from others, but he couldn't escape the eyes of the king of the Northern Ocean. However, the king of the Northern Ocean didn't punish Bai Tianqing. Instead, he thought of something and suddenly waved his hand. A violent whirlwind suddenly swept through the entire palace. Yi Fei, Zhu Zhen, and Bai Gongchun. None of the people present were able to stop this whirlwind. Bai Tianqing and many other martial artists let out indignant roars and cries as they were forcefully blown out. "I can't accept this. I have already ascended the stairway to heaven and obtained a ranking of 1,000. Why can't I participate in the third stage? Yi Fei, I, Bai Tianqing, will defeat you and wash away my humiliation." PFFF. When Bai Tianqing was blown out of the palace, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood when he was faced with the extremely strange gazes and pointers of the hundreds of thousands of martial artists and millions of soldiers. Bai Tianqing was infuriated that he, the third-ranked expert on the earth roll, had failed and was watched by millions of people like a monkey. The remaining martial artists in the palace were also very shocked. In the second stage, the top 1,000 could enter the third stage. However, with the king of the Northern Ocean monarch's intervention, only 100 people could remain in the palace. "Imperial Father, what is going on?" Zhu Zhen asked loudly. However, the king of the Northern Ocean monarch didn't answer. Another gust of wind swept Yi Fei and the rest of the people to a huge training ground. No matter what method you use, you will obtain first place if you pass the third stage. If you fail, you will all be eliminated. I don't nurture mediocre people. My Northern Ocean Kingdom doesn't need weaklings. Boom! The king of the Northern Ocean Kingdom's words made the 100 martial artists present flare up. If they passed the third stage, they would be first place. If they failed, wouldn't they all be wiped out? Wouldn't no one be able to obtain a ranking on the earth roll this time? "Brother Qin, what is going on?" Yi Fei walked to Qin Bing's side and asked curiously. Qin Bing was also the only person present that Yi Fei was familiar with. "Brother Yi, don't ask me. I'm also confused. I only know that the difficulty of this earth roll assessment is definitely beyond our imagination." Qin Bing smiled bitterly and shook his head. "It's not just beyond our imagination. This difficulty is practically hell level. I estimate that even if all of us work together, we might not be able to pass the third stage." Bai Gongchun also walked out and nodded at Yi Fei. Following her gaze, Yi Fei looked towards the middle of the training ground. Immediately, he sucked in a breath of cold air. In the middle of the training ground stood four aloof figures. Behind them was a majestic bronze door. Barging through and opening the door was the only way to pass the third stage. However, no one had the courage to open the bronze door because the four people blocking their way were too powerful. They were so powerful that they were terrifying. They were so powerful that the 100 martial artists were already afraid before they even started fighting. Father, why is it you?" "Oh no, how is this hell level difficulty? It's obviously a sure death level. The Northern Heavenly King, the Eastern Sky King, the Western Sky King, and the Southern Sky King. The four invincible martial kings of Baiyang country are all here. How the hell are we going to fight them?" Qin Bing scolded, which was rare. It was obvious that the appearance of the four heavenly kings was a huge pressure on everyone. Not to mention Qin Bing. Even Yi Fei felt a sense of fear when he saw that the people blocking them were the four invincible martial kings of Beiyang country, who were known as the pillars of the heavens. Although they were all martial kings, there were differences in strength between martial kings of the same realm. For example, the geniuses present were all confident that they could fight against 2 or even 10 ordinary martial kings. However, invincible martial kings were at least confident that they could fight against 100 ordinary martial kings. In other words, even if 100 ordinary 10th realm martial kings joined forces, they might not be a match for one invincible martial king. Furthermore, it was not one invincible martial king that appeared in front of everyone, but 4. Any one of these experts would be able to suppress the 100 martial king geniuses present. If 4 invincible martial kings joined forces, Father, are you serious? The Southern Sky King's son was unwilling to accept this. He did not believe that his father would be willing to hurt him. Therefore, he suddenly rushed towards the Southern Sky King with a fluke mentality. The Southern Sky King did not make a move. However, the Eastern Sky King, who was not far away, had already opened his eyes. He looked at the man with disdain and said, "Southern Sky King, your son is useless. Does he think that the 4 heavenly kings are just decorations? Get lost." Puff! The Southern Sky King's son did not even have time to resist. He was already sent flying by the Eastern Sky King's flick of his finger, vomiting blood. This also made the Southern Sky King furious. "Eastern Sky King, my son is useless. Are your sons successful? Aren't they just a bunch of trash?" Bang! You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.